and Tiz the Law has the lead at the top of the stretch. It is Tiz the Law in front with 3/16 finish. Tiz the Law has a 4-length lead. He's left the others behind.
Live from the Backstretch at historic Saratoga Racecourse, this is Racing Across America with Seth Merrow. Racing Across America is brought to you by Pinnell's Restaurant, a Saratoga tradition since 1922. 284 Jefferson Street, Saratoga, just minutes from the track. The Leah Auto Group, Leah Cars for life. Find them on the web at leahcars.com. The new Capital OTB wagering platform. Bet any place, anytime with the new Capital OTB wagering platform. CapitalOTBBet.com, the premier wagering site in New York State. And the Clubhouse Racebook. Can't make it to the track? Make it to the Clubhouse Racebook, 711 Central Avenue, Albany.
Welcome to the opening day edition of Racing Across America. Brian Nadeau with you. Anthony Mormino with me as well, my good longtime friend. And opening day here at Saratoga. It's exciting to be front and center. We just did the handicappers report on what looks to be a tremendous weather-wise opening day, which is exciting because we haven't been able to say that the last 4 or 5 days up here. We don't know the track or turf condition. We are off the turf in race 4. We moved to the melon in race 6, and that's a decent enough segue, Anthony, because you and I are going to, as long as they keep asking us to come back every Thursday, we're going to host a show on Thursdays. Yeah, this is it, and we're going to incorporate a little handicapping in this because I think that's what you and I at the end of the day we do. So we're going to have some fun with this segment. We're going to try to get a handicapper or two on throughout the course of the meet as well. And I'm a big pick 5 player, as I think a lot of people know. You are a trifecta player, as I think a lot of people know. And we'll get into that later, and that's going to be a weekly discussion. It's going to be, we're going to have tickets and construction and things like that. But I hope, as we talked yesterday off the air, obviously, it could make for good TV too, because you are admittedly out of your element with the pick 5, and I am very admittedly out of my element with the trifecta. So hopefully we can explain to each other, we can explain to you, the viewers, that maybe are looking for more than a little more in-depth than just, hey, I like 7 horses here with 2 horses here with, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that is good for me with the pick 5 is that I feel so much like a novice, like many people who watch horse racing during Saratoga and don't buy the daily racing form every day for 41 years straight. And it's a learning curve, which I'm very happy to take on. I think I was in a polite way yesterday on the phone, almost called pig-headed, but he wouldn't go there. But I felt when I hung up the phone, that's what he was strongly insinuating. So I'm happy to learn. I mean, it's one of my favorite things. I've tried to raise our son in many ways, and one of the things I tell him is, please make sure you learn at least 3 things new every day. I mean, don't wake up if you're planning on being the same bank of knowledge today as you had yesterday. So we're going to learn a little, and I've tried to bring in some data, which always helps me to say, I know that I don't know, and I'm trying not to be pig-headed, but I think there's a way to, there's more than one way to skin a cat, which almost all of us believe at the racetrack, but apparently there's only one way to play the pick 5, which I'm only kidding about. But we're going to get into that, and we think it's going to be a lot of fun. One of the things when we knew we were going to be this, it's usually we're somewhere together around the Breeders' Cup. We see people when you're at the places, and literally after 2 minutes of how are you, everything, it's like betting.
Who do you like?
Who do you got this weekend? Who do you most like? And it just goes from there, which is great, which is why I started going to the track every day I could.
And the other thing we're going to do a lot of, and we kind of get hit a little bit today because two of our race replays have scratched out. That's just the nature of the beast up here with weather and all that. But one thing Anthony and I do meet right in the middle on is race replays and video watching and trip notes and things like that. So we're going to incorporate that into the Thursday program as well, because I do feel, and I think you would agree, in a day and age where, you know, everything is right here in front of you, whether it's on your iPad, whether it's the sheets, whether it's your PPs, everybody's got it in front of them. Everybody knows everything. And I think the race replays is one of the very, very few, if not, because you have to do the work.
Right.
You have to put the work in.
There's no way you can truncate it. It's roll up your sleeves, and at the end of the day, it's subjective. Well, you know, thankfully for me, the one we got left with would have been the one I would have said, this is the one I most want.
Yeah.
But it's also the most subjective, and you'd be like, I don't know. But I always say this when I do the handicappers was, you're allowed to ask more questions as the price is bigger.
For sure.
And I have some questions, but the horse is 20-1 in the morning line.
Yes.
I don't project a way that it's going to be 7-1 in the wagering. So I'm like, yes, of course there's questions on a 20-1 shot. They wouldn't be 20-1 if there weren't. And what I have found, you know, and I've said this before, is there's never been a public handicapper that probably picked more horses run last, or probably have this one of the lowest win percentage, whatever that's worth, which I'm going to have to prove on Saturdays, I guess. But you know what? I tell people, I picked races every day in the public, wagering about $60 for Channel 13 back in the day. And after every day for, I think it was 6 or 7 years, I think our return on investment was over 300.
Well, it only takes one.
Yes.
And what he's alluding to is at the end of the day, it's your ROI is the only thing that matters.
I have to tell people this all the time. And, you know, the great fans up here, they'll go, how many winners you have yesterday? And you understand that conversation. But when you see buddies that you know or follow the races, how'd you take? I'm up 800. Nobody goes 1 for 9.
Right.
You'd be like, because that doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't matter.
So you're like, and I've told this story before. Many years ago, I was 0 for the meet. That's not hyperbole, 0 for the meet. And Score a Birdie got me back somewhere between 60 and 70% of all my losses in one race. I saw Herb McCauley 2 years ago in the 1863 thing, and I just yelled out, Score a Birdie. He pivoted, turned around, and smiled, because he knew Score a Birdie won the Forgo at a big price and got me out. That's what it takes, and that's how I viewed the game. And
all that matters.
One of the things I've learned was you have to be willing to go 0 for it. I became comfortable in my skin with the 0 for, even on public display, because I believed. And now in this pick 5, there's like, I have to climb a new hurdle. That's where I'm going to be like a lot of people out there and be like, I don't agree. I know you guys played every day. I'm like, I think I can turn. This
didn't dawn on me until just now as you're talking. And as I mentioned, I think as people know, I put together a group every year, and we fire. And
just let's bring this up again.
Last year,
never invited in to the group.
We haven't run a race yet this year.
I have vaguely been invited to drive these people.
We do need drivers.
They need drivers. I can't hang out with them at the track, but I've been invited that maybe a slot to drive them.
My friends love you. We've always
I love all your friends.
Breeders' Cups and things like that.
It's like the old line, Bette Midler with Barbara Streisand, easy to love from afar. They seem to love me, but they don't want me to get too close to the circle.
We started, I think, with like 14K last year, and on closing day we were out of it was all in but the tip basically for the bill, and we hit the pick 6 for 20. My buddy AJ got a free dinner out of it with Tom Bush winning the finale at like 9s or so, and it all came back. So there you go. That's how my partner
And what's funny
said,
is,
it only takes one.
What's funny is, I think that is the normal, well-worn path. I don't see that as the road not taken. To me, that is like, that's how the game
picking winners is
played.
Great,
it's like, you know, down X.
Yeah.
Keep building the down X.
Picking winners is great,
And
but
then
you know, those
Ching.
$4.20 winners aren't going to pad your bankroll, and you need something. So, you know, we're going to talk about that, and we'll get to Anthony's got some try plays that he's put together. I've got some pick fives. Quickly, we want to do just a brief preview as well, too, because it's exciting. We've got video. Brian will bring it up here. Maxfield's going to run in the Whitney. Nick's Go is supposed to be here. We'll show video now of Maxfield just blitzing the Stephen Foster.
Best career performance?
I agree. You know, Maxfield's been I saw he was ranked number 1 this week, and I guess it's the NTRA poll. I don't vote him number 1. I still think he's got to win a significant race to do that. And he's going to have to win the Whitney. He's going to have to run the race of his life because Nick's Go will be here, but he looked awesome winning the Stephen Foster. So we've got that. Do we have that video, Brian? Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yes. We're working on a delay. Maxfield is not working on a delay.
Yeah, the Godolphin colors here.
Shadow roll, middle of the racetrack. He's already taken the race by the throat latch. Now, what I liked about this race for him was I didn't think he was in great shape on the backstretch.
Yeah.
Well, but he dominated the turn that indicated to me. I love horses in route dirt races that dominate on the second turn, and that's where, in my opinion, that's where he won the race. This was just the procession to the finish line, but his move on the backstretch. And one of the things I like to tell people is, and certainly once you've watched enough races, is when you're watching it live, like, you know, I pick out horses, they're in a good position to win from here. I thought he was kind of like not in a good position to win. And when he goes and does it the way he did, I'm like, well, that was pretty good. And then you rewatch, you realize how dominant he was on the turn. And I thought he was the horse people have talked about since he was a juvenile.
And he's done that before, and so it'll be exciting to see him. And obviously, we have to talk about the Travers. It's what we build to up here at Saratoga. Now, there's a lot of questions still to be answered Saturday at Monmouth Park in the Haskell, which came up very, very tough. But we'll show the stretch run of the Belmont here with You Should Not Lose When You Run This Good, Hot Rod Charlie, getting run down by Essential Quality. Now, Hot Rod Charlie shows up in the Haskell.
Run down or ground down?
Ground down, maybe. I think that's a better way. Oh, man, what a brutal second. He ran huge. He runs in the Haskell Saturday, but Doug O'Neill, he's a guy that runs his horses, and the Travers is circled. Brad Cox, we think, is going to run Essential Quality in the Jim Dandy. He's got the Travers as the goal. These up-and-coming 3-year-olds now. We'll see one at Monmouth on Saturday that Todd Pletcher took over from Bob Baffert. That's got a big chance in the Haskell. But here's an awesome stretch run in the Belmont, and we'd like to think we'll get this right back in the Travers, the Midsummer Derby, the centerpiece. I hate talking about it on opening day, but it's the elephant in the room. You have to talk about it when you're
at Saratoga. We know many fans tune in today, and they, you know, the horse racing comes front and center. And I know I said he ground him down, but I sometimes I probably say, most of the times I say that I mean it in a pejorative sense.
Sure.
But this I meant in a professional sense. Like, he was able to, within his talent, get to him, but the stretch run was far better than I thought it was going to be at the 5/16.
Well, I think that's what the people, myself included, who bet heavily on Hot Rod Charlie, are like, couldn't you just run third, beating 9? Because that's what you're supposed to do. Right. The other horse hasn't finished yet.
No, he's
my goodness.
He's
fraud from California.
Hosed down now, right about now.
Oh, boy. So that is exciting, and it's that day with 6 grade 1s, and it's a grade 1 Saturday every Saturday at Saratoga, but 6 of them that day. Before we get to the break, a couple things we've got to note. We had
the other reason we love the sport.
Yeah, we had equally seismic passings, human and equine, in the last, I guess it's probably been about 10 days now. We lost Harvey Pack, who had as full and rich a life as anyone, 94, I believe. And
sounds right.
Harvey was a little before my time, but my first year in Saratoga, when I was an intern up at the press box, Harvey hung out there. Great picture, Brian. Thank you. That's what we were looking for. And Harvey was up there, retired every day when I was up there with Jason Blewett and Eric Donovan. There's a little cubby in the back of the press box, and back in the day, that's where the NYRA people hung out that were in the press box, and Harvey was there in the chair every day. And who the heck was I? I was a $8 paid intern that nobody knew, and he just took an interest in me and was just great. Oh, hey, how you doing, Brian? And always asked how I was doing, like, and I just always, you respect those kind of people. I'll throw it to you because you're a little bit older than I am, comfortably older than I am, and so you watched Harvey a lot more. Just talk about what he meant to racing.
I don't.
A pioneer, right?
Yeah. Yes. He's he pioneered what we do. A couple of things that I'll say, just almost randomly. In 1986, Sports Channel, what was known as in those days, came to the Capital Region. I called up my cable provider at the time, and I said, whatever it is I have to do or pay so that this channel never comes off my TV is what I want. And we got thoroughbred action.
You just couldn't get enough of Fran Healy?
Fran Healy's, yeah, ouch. What I loved about thoroughbred action was not only the Harvey and the way he moved the show along and the guests he had and the replays. They used to show probable pays. I mean, you don't understand how great this was. And he had guests on that brought so much to the game. And there was a time when it was 45 minutes. They re-show the stretch run in slow motion. He had the bugle at the time, I believe his name was Mark O'Keefe. He hit the pick six. He had him on the show, and he retired from Nadeau, went back to New Mexico, which I think he was from, and taught music. But he had him on the show, and he had many people on the show, and almost all, he would have Jack Wilson from the chart caller from the Daily Race, but he had bettors on. And when you were up here in those days, you really had 4 weeks of stuff, and then you just were like a person in the middle of the desert looking for an oasis, and it was fantastic. Now, about Saratoga, there were many components that made this place start to skyrocket in the late 70s. Obviously, Alidar and Affirmed, I Love New York campaign. Locally, Harry Downey at WGY. Many, many others that I'm missing. But Harvey Pack and the shows he did, especially the Saturday shows, where he had Andy Byer for years, then Steve Chris for years. It was standing room only at a place that you can't stand anymore because they've closed it off. But his, energy and that red jacket coming out, he just made fans of the sport. And then his inside racing on Tuesdays with John Embrial, and you'd have Mac Miller on, many people. I mean, it was the best. Now, it's indescribable about how much ahead of the curve and the pioneer he was, but he did it great also. Not only was he the first, he had a horse player's mentality, I believe, but he also knew how to be great on television.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
And that's not always easy to do, both of them. And his finish with May the Horse Be With You was outstanding. They'd have the scratches on for the next day at the end of his show. And folks, listen, this wasn't 72-hour entries. There was no internet as far as Al Gore is concerned. And it was fantastic. And I'm going to tell you something. I have been blessed to do much in this business that I have wanted to do and paid. But in my one moment, I got a call. I still have the tape, VHS tape. I got a call to do the Ciro's seminar.
I did not know that.
Yes, and Dave Grenning was going to be the other person on it, but it was Harvey's show over there by then.
Of course.
And I could say that, including asking my wife to marry me, I was never as nervous. See, I had waited for this moment. I mean, this is Harvard summa cum laude to me, and he was so nice. He knew what it is I did, so it wasn't like his producer found me.
Oh, we got this guy Mormino.
This is this young guy. You see him on the news. He gives his play of the day, etc. He went through it, and I ended up doing it twice, and I had one good day and one very good day, and the day after the very good day, he put it front and center.
That's awesome.
It's like, I mean, to be on the dais with Dave, who I've known a long time, and with Harvey Pack, that I was going to be one of those guys, is truly, it's one of my favorite moments in the sport. And also, as you said, like, he knew who I was in Upstater, and he always was very illuminating of the Upstaters. like, you know,
Sure.
like that.
Which I think is cool too.
Right, for a down
because here
stereo.
comes the big guy coming up.
Yep.
This is my ship here. Get
Right,
off of
you
it.
know,
I think that's pretty
part-timers,
cool
but he's
too.
like, he was always like, you know, they make this place great.
We are failing Harvey miserably right now, by the way, at 10:22.
What are we doing?
We'll have to move the ship along as well.
You said we got wiped out in the third segment. We lost.
Before we take our first break, though,
Oh,
as equally seismic as Harvey Pack was, Galileo passed this
as Bull,
past week.
hours before Bolshoi Ballet.
And as my partner and I have done, not this show, but have been together, I believe, for 8 years now, and a couple more years probably prior to that when you'd let me pop over with Roger, which I always thought was cool. Thank you. We love the European scene. We loved Galileo. We're going to bring up footage of his otherworldly King George video win as a 3-year-old when he just kind of laughed at fantastic light in deep stretch. Galileo in the
Navy, about
Navy,
fourth
the
now.
Coolmore. There we go.
Fantastic light to his left.
On the
right,
outside with
in
the
softer
Godolphin.
Blue.
Yep.
The pace setters are in front. And now remember, this is a 3-year-old taking on the elders in the summer. And he's now positioned himself very well. But Fantastic Light is looking at him. Now this is 12 furlongs, which is, it's Galileo right between the eyes, which the Irish Champion Stakes, when Fantastic Light beat him, didn't. He just splits horses right here, and then
Game on.
so second from the right is Fantastic Light, who is trying to make headway. That's just simply not going to work. This is as close as he gets to him right here, and that the 3-year-old just continues on. And Fantastic Light, who I think was 5 at the time, you know, just really at this distance. Now he'd get him at 10 furlongs, but not at 12. And Galileo obviously extends here at a time when European racing was beginning. You know, we had seen Giants Causeway the year before, pushed Chisnell to the mat. Americans that didn't follow European racing only got to see a Galileo in the Classic. Right. Obviously, that was a breeding move. They didn't realize he'd be worth $300,000 a share as a turf stallion. But they thought Fantastic Light was going to go in that race also, and Fantastic Light at the last moment went to the turf. And if Galileo had gone in the turf that day, it would have been a race for the
Galileo was a great racehorse.
And
I don't even know what he was as a stallion, but if great is here, he is tripled that.
I think it's fair to say 40 years from now, based on his sons, they're still. We have stopped talking about Mr. Prospector in the United States 20 years.
Yeah. To put it in perspective,
40 years from now, they're going to still be talking about Galileo.
He's our Stormcat, AP Indy, Mr. Prospector.
The greatest.
Maybe better.
I've said this before, and I'm a person whose license plate indicates Seattle Slew's my favorite racehorse. Before Galileo, Seattle Slew to me was the greatest combination of stallion and racehorse record, and Galileo thumped my favorite horse of all time. I tweeted to my good friend, same foaling date or birth date as the great Secretariat, March 30th. But what I really say, and I know it is said in sports by others, I don't think I've ever said it until this moment, we will not see the likes of him again.
Yeah, I think that's very fair, and just, you know, do it.
Great.
Go on Pedigree Query or something. Look
up
his progeny.
You'll get exhausted reading his sons and the sons of his sons now. You almost would think it's a lie. You're just like, this can't be possible. One racehorse, but that was Galileo.
Pretty much every
who we lost on last Saturday, right?
Yeah,
early in the day, hit the newswire.
Yep.
And Bolshoi Ballet, son of Galileo, wins in New York.
Right. For Coolmore and Aidan O'Brien, who've, you know, obviously got the majority of them and have done all the heavy lifting. But yeah, it's a significant loss, especially for the European. You know, those.
Because conceivably, he would have 5 to 7 more years.
For sure. I mean, that was the 2001 King George. So he was born in 1998. So
yeah.
So sad. Harvey, obviously, rest in peace. Tremendous guy, and Galileo as well. So first break here on Racing Across America. When we come back, we're going to show some race replays that we picked out today. We lost a couple because of some key scratches today. We've got 3 of them to go over. We're kind of going to just chop it up a little bit and show you what we're looking for and what you can kind of try to figure out yourself, because as we mentioned, it's the one last thing that I do feel is that stone unturned. So stay tuned. We'll be back with that shortly.
Welcome to the West. I'm Scott Varley at Saratoga's latest and greatest high-rise luxury condo. Starting in the mid-5s, every condo here has 2 bedrooms and 2 baths and upgrades just like this. Check out these oversized private balconies. We also have a gym, a private lounge, and get this, a heated parking garage. To make a reservation for your private condo at the West, call or text me. I'm Scott Varley at 518-281-6808.
For 4 generations and looking forward to a 5th, Bruce Cerrone and his family have continued their 99-year tradition of delighting their faithful following with the finest authentic Italian recipes made with the freshest ingredients. Some things have changed in the last 99 years, but not Pinnell's commitment to the finest in Italian cuisine. Pinnell's Italian Restaurant, a Saratoga tradition since 1922. 284 Jefferson Street, just minutes from the track.
Welcome to Albany County, an incredible destination to live, work, and play, with easy connections to more than a dozen cities from our vibrant modern airport. It's a short trip downtown to a hive of culture and amusement, from world-class shows at the newly renovated Times Union Center to reliving the past at the New York State Museum. From outdoor recreation to shopping to nightlife, Albany County has something for everyone. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to Racing Across America here. Opening day 2021, the first of 40 here at Saratoga. We can't wait. The weather looks beautiful outside. We hope to see you up here. That's free admission to the vaccinated, right? As you
fully
said.
vaccinated, get in for free.
Free admission. Get here early, I highly recommend. The people were streaming in already as I rolled in about 8, as I Seth Merrowed it this morning at about 8:52, 8:53. That's early for Seth, but yeah, get here early. There's going to be a lot of people. Saratoga open for business. We are so excited. We're excited to do this as well. We kind of gave you a little intro to what we're going to try to get done here on Thursdays this year, and we did a little bookkeeping as well. But I think the next 2 segments we can kind of get to the nuts and bolts of it. We've got 3 replays to show. We had 5. We lost a couple with scratches. The first 2 are yours. And before we get right to it, I mean, I've known you for quite a while now, and I know video watching, race replays, trip notes are pretty high on your agenda. And just let everyone know, because it's easy to pick up the form. Everybody that's watching this show, probably everybody that's having a beer in the backyard later this afternoon, knows how to read a racing form.
Yes.
We don't need to get up here and tell you how to do that. But I do think if maybe you're looking to get a little more serious, if you're looking to take your game to the next level, if you're looking to do this than more a recreational basis, I think I feel strongly, and I know you agree, that doing the dirty work and watching replays, which are readily available, capital OTB, get an account. Another great reason to get an account. They're right there for you. You can unearth a lot of things.
I think that what really helped me, I mean, going back to 1983, was, Andy Byer's book, Trip Handicapping. It didn't sell as many copies as his Picking Winners, which I think was 8 years earlier, but to me, it was the truth and the light and the way, because of really what Brian just said is we can all read the racing form. It doesn't, I mean, it's black and white, it's two-dimensional. I mean, in most cases, it's the facts. Now, some areas where it's not, that I have grasped onto and I keep data for, is turf racing in times and with the rails up, and I, there's an angle there, but you have to watch the races to see the rails are up. Trust me, you go to equibase.com. There's certain days at Belmont, looking at their data that would indicate they sent a crew of workers out in the middle of the racetrack and took the rails down. Let me know when you see that happen. So besides steeplechase racing on closing day, when they used to take it down and finish the day. So you really can't trust that data as much as you should either. Also, just look at In Excess's Woodward Stakes. Woodward? No, his Suburban track record that still stands. Look at those fractions and let me know if you want to bet that they're accurate. So you watch the races, and this is all subjective. This is the nature of it. It's the fun part for me. That's the fun part. That's like I said, no public handicappers, as I said, no public handicappers had more horses run last than me. But I always tell people, they don't make you pay extra when you run last. Mr. Mormino, you owe us 10% surcharge. Your top pick ran last. It's not how it works. So you see things. And I've said before, it's like start running worse, run worse, you're fatigued. I am a big believer in pace and deceleration. And, well, if I don't get tired, I can run faster at the end. I believe in position on the racetrack, real or imaginary. But I have to come up with an opinion, and my opinions can be wackier the higher the price can go, less tangible. And I've said this on the show, the horse is going to have to run 3 or 4 lengths better. Well, what leads you to do it? And I've always wondered, this I don't know, Brian. It's probably about an hour. But if you went home and watched the races, let's say each race is 2 minutes and there's 10 races, that's 20 minutes. So you watch it again. My question has always been, how much time do I think the casual person would have to invest? I think it's an hour a day. There's 5 days a week racing. I think 5 hours.
At most.
I think that's the commitment level that breaks a lot of people, apparently. But it's not like 7 hours a day every day. It's like 5 hours a week. And as you get better, you're going to find it lessens because you see more things.
And that's important too, because as you get better, as you get more comfortable, as you find out what you're easily picking up, you watch them, quicker. 6 furlong dirt sprint a 2-turn route where someone gets ahead by 4 lengths. You don't have to sit there and study every inch of, you know what's going down here. The other thing too, I will highly suggest, and I do this.
Head-ons.
Well, head-ons too, but for when I do this for a different group, I like to have the chart pulled up. So I can look at the chart as I'm seeing. I want to see where, and you will see this too. And this light bulb will probably go on in 3 minutes. You'll see how not very good the chart callers are. In some venues, we have very, very good chart callers here in Naira, but at some of the lesser tracks, and let's be honest, they like to turn these things around in 12 to 15 minutes. So I get all of that.
Which we've talked about. We don't see the value in that.
I don't know. But you're going to see that they miss a lot, and you're going to be like, "Wait, am I looking at the right horse
and
here?"
Then somebody has to decide what keywords
goes into the past performances
to show up, and that's somebody's opinion, etc. And
so we'll cue up the first one here.
This has got to be me from last year's opener.
This is the last year opener.
Louis Cardenas is leading the lead for a half hour.
27, 33 minutes or so.
And one of the reasons I sent this one in is I see the race being similar.
Yeah, this is Grit and Glory winning last year's opener.
It's not that exciting here, as it's at the bottom of the page in here. He's the one. It should be the deuce in here. I apologize for that. Coming up, and I just think we're going to have the Drunken Sailors. So you got the Drunken Sailors working here with the new inner rail, and then it's just wearing them down in here on the far outside. Loose Silk's here. It's not scintillating. He wins in the photo finish, paying probably less than he's going to pay today. But this is a rarity, ladies and gentlemen. I expect a similar happening.
Yeah.
Most of my selections, as we'll get to in a moment, is having a reverse. Now, the same thing happening again wouldn't excite me at all, except he's 8-1.
Right.
I mean, if he was 5-2 again, I would have gone to a different selection. But I'm seeing a race that on paper, I'm going to have some speed up front. I have claimers 12-5. I don't know that any of them would survive it. You saw the Drunken Sailor. It'll be different players today for the Drunken Sailor. And my guy just grinds it down in about the 5 path and continues on. And like I said, it's rare for me. I'm expecting the same thing to happen, which typically isn't exciting because the horse gets bet,
Right.
but he'd be a
But he
price
will
in
be a
here.
price
It was
for
a
that.
year ago, so I understand why.
Now, so
that
conversely, we'll go to the nightcap. Now, I'm going to show a race in a second of a horse winning, too. And this is a good example of how you can pick up
The-
different things.
opposite.
Anthony showed a winner there. Now he's going to show a horse here at Henry in the nightcap, 20-1, number 4, today, number 4, okay? That really didn't do a lot of running on debut,
Oh! See, we now here's a couple things.
at least on the running
Yes,
line.
yes.
So
On
we're
the
going to
running
show the
line-
entire race.
And
by
the
way.
running line, it looks like we got nothing. We are out here in the 11, second to last, moving up, white, red sleeves on the white, moving up rather nicely after a, not good start in here, which to me, we've said this many times before. The first 150 yards are far more important than the final 150 yards. We can't do everything for you, so some things you have to take my word for. The rails are obviously up here. It looked like it was fresh on the inside. My guy is clearly the widest of them all. Now, this is reverse engineering. After you see the results, I happen to notice that Cotton was inside. Viking Zim, who will come up to finish second in here, was inside. And my guy is the widest of them all. Now, he's made good position, but at a cost.
Had to work hard to do it.
He had to get that position by using early energy, and now geometry takes over to maintain that good position. He's running farther than his competitors. Now, this is why I often have said, makes people laugh. It's like, now I'm thinking, run worse, run worse. How can he possibly win from here, all that has taken place? I just don't think that he can. My real subjective thing is I thought the inside part of the turf with the rails up here today was beneficial. My guy is the worst of it, and honestly, I thought he stayed in it to the final 16th of a mile. Now, another thought that's subjective. He changed back to the incorrect lead. Trainers have told me before that can often be a sign of fatigue. So the last 16th of a mile looks terrible, but for me, I love the first 7.5 furlongs. If inside was better, I got the worst of that. I clearly got the worst of the break because you could see I wasn't a plotter because I got into the race. It wasn't like I just settled back there and said, okay, this is it. Ran farther on the turn, which is objective. Liked my position. And if you were a novice or you jumped into the race at, say, the 3/8 pole, you might be like, oh, this guy looks good. Well, I've seen a lot of races.
Right.
I'm like, it comes at a severe cost for him, in this example, to get where he is. They're not cars. It doesn't matter if your gas tank's full. His gas tank isn't full. And the fact that, couple things, that he continued it on, as you said, in the Belmont, I didn't chuck it
Right.
and finish 9th, beating 27.5. I chucked it at the 16th pole. And now he's 20-1.
Well, and he was 30-1 in that race, so you're saying he should have chucked it and been beaten 27 lengths.
Yes, he's not supposed to run
Right.
that well, but you wake up this morning, 30-1, 6 beaten 6, 20-1 in the morning line. Listen, you might do the same exact thing today, but I'm going to find out at 20-1. And I tried to lay out the things that I thought were subjective, part of the course running subjective. But I will say this, and there's no point that the opinion on where the best place to run ever gets to be objective. But one of the things I like to do, and as I said, reverse engineering is, especially turf races for me, especially with the rails involved, is to see where the trifecta horses ran during the race. And I will tell you something, where they are in the stretch is the least important factor for me, because usually only one person can be inside. You got to get out to get the run. But you will not be amazed, because a Hall of Fame trainer said this to a future Hall of Fame trainer who said this to me about the 3-turn turf races up here that I love. Save ground on 2 of the 3, do whatever you want on the 3rd. And I'm not saying which one it is. You got to save ground twice, do whatever. And a lot of these jockeys on the turf save ground for the turn they come out in this. So to me, if people wonder out there, what is Mormino thinking or doing? That's it. I think it was a much better performance than the odds indicate. I draw inside today. I'm, just taking physics. They are indicating that the rail will be 9 feet here, but I'm inside. I get a slightly better trip. And one of my favorite angles, 3rd career start, because I don't like the muscle regression when they run less well in the second one. So I have multiple things going my way. Some are subjective, some are objective. I do think 3rd career start is in the objective column for me.
Theoretically, that's the best run you're going to get.
You're going to get. This is going to get. So to me, listen, if I had drawn the 12 post position, I might not have been interested. But that's how 20-to-1 shots. And to me, my opinion is they help me in the trifecta a lot more than they could help me in horizontals based on how many times they win and whether I could match up the other winners to get through.
I am left with 1 because I had 2. My other 2 scratch. Might not be a bad thing today. No. We're going to show Jazzy Lady here in race 6 today. This is her win at Churchill Downs, and we're going to show her entering the far turn. She's number 6. And you see, blocked upper. She wins by a length. Runs a very slow number, 64. Again, she's number 6. With the red. Where are you going? Where are you going? Nowhere to go. Bottled up. Nowhere to go. As everybody else is getting first run, now she levels off here, gets her head on the outside. And so the margin is a length, okay? But then you watch this replay. She runs a slow figure, but you watch this replay. She was barely being asked. It's just I'll call it a moderate hand ride. She's basically geared down at the end. So, yeah, she won by a length. You look at that effort on paper, you say, well, that's not going to cut it on a rising class here at Saratoga. I don't really see this filly making a dent in here. But, again, you've got to look at it subjectively. With a clear run, she would have won much more decisively, would have run much faster. Ray Handel gets her back today. And yeah, she's going to have to work out a trip from the outside. That's not necessarily even really the point when you're talking about this, though. She ran much, much better and stronger than what you see on paper. And that's where, again, you've got to do the work because, blocked upper, it says. Okay, well, that happens probably 6 times a race if you're on turf in a deep field. What do they make out of it? What do they do with it? It's not easy to shut yourself off, tip around in mid-stretch while everyone else is getting first run, re-brake and kick in. She did it easily, and I think it just...
she won the race at about a 16th of a mile after she got straight.
Yes.
That's it. It was over. The rest was over
and geared down. So, again, those are 3 different kind of replays, but, again, that's the beauty of it all. It's all in the eye of the beholder, what you're looking for, what you find out that maybe someone else didn't notice or didn't think that could be advantageous today. Those are 3 of them. We're going to keep doing this every Thursday. And what we're also going to do is we're going to try to pick, we couldn't do it this week, obviously, because this is opening day. But going forward, we're going to come in with a couple from the prior week. You can put them in your mail or, write them down when they reappear. Horses are going to run 3-4 times up
nowadays.
Here. Nowadays they are. You can get them next time. So that's what we're going to try to bring you on this Thursday edition
and one thing
of
I think
Racing Across America.
I cannot hammer this home enough. For me, price is everything. It's the sun. It's the
be
center
much more forgiving
of the universe. I can't have opinions without it being a function of price. And one of the things I've thought about in New York is I just feel that in New York, they strongly bet the favorites. Just too much. Like they're just. It's amazing how
the betting public needs to have a heavy favorite.
And so David Aragona might have what I think is the subjective right price. As there are a lot of favorites I would like at certain prices. David's price, but I've learned they're going to be not that price. We try and talk about it 4 hours before the windows open. That Yeah, I tell people, I tell my sisters all the time, I said, yeah, I like them. It's going to be 3-2.
Right.
I don't like them. And they look at me befuddled. But price to me is everything to begin my journey.
For sure. Another break here on Racing Across America. When we come back, we'll really get into it. Anthony's got 4 trifectas, I think, dialed up.
Yes.
I'm going to show you some ABCs for the late pick 5, another segment where I hope can be beneficial to add to your handicapping, and you'll see ticket construction too, which I think we probably both agree is every bit as important as picking winners. Stay tuned.
Set now for the juvenile fillies turf. 14 of them across the track. He sent on their way. And the dance on the outside. Broke a little sideways, but broke KK. But meanwhile, it's going to be stopped. But running on now, and Somali Lemonade's got 8 to make up. They come to the top of the lane. Stop. Shopping Maria's got a lot left. Stop. Shopping Maria goes on. Sweet Cat is right there. Hard not to like. Royal Body is running on. Past the 8 ball way comes. Stop. Shopping Maria for the run. Still under a hand ride as they come to the 16th. Stephanie's Kitten coming out late. Yes, Stephanie's Kitten coming fast. Stephanie's Kitten. Stop. Shopping Maria. Stephanie's Kitten's watered. Watched the chances, broke smartly, but so did Terra from the Cape. On the inside, Sky Lantern the Grey going well. If he can get through. Sky Lantern the Grey looking for somewhere to run. Wide open. It's Terra from the Cape hanging on. Terra from the Cape tries to go all the way. On the outside now, here comes Flotilla in the light blue. Flotilla is absolutely flying. Watch the chances in there too. But Flotilla has gone right on by. And Flotilla is coming home to score. Flotilla has won it just about 2 in the end. It'll be Watch the Chances, Summer of Fun coming on to finish third.
Welcome back to Racing Across America. Brian and Anthony with you every Thursday. Double the fun here as we kick off opening day here at Saratoga. Looking out of the tent here, it's just a beautiful day. Watching some horses come over from the horseshoe side, and we can't wait. But the final segment, I hope and think it'll be the most fun that we're going to have here, because it's the nuts and bolts of it all. Anthony has long been a trifecta player. I probably play 5 of them a year, maybe. So I'm excited to hear
as
you
befuddled as you are with me, I'm
this
like,
out. Yeah, and I'm going to talk about a pick 5. So you've got 4. I'll just intro and throw it to you. You've got 4 tries to go over. And first of all, just I guess give me a little insight, give everyone a little insight of what your strategy in all this is, because it's foreign to me.
But my first strategy was, keep data about what you win with, what you lose. The other was, with the trifecta, it involved the idea that I'm seeing a race moderately well. I don't have to do it 5 times, 3 times, 4 times. That this race, I'm on the right trail, and now I have to write a ticket. I've said this part many times. If the greatest being in the universe is standing outside this tent and says, do you want to be a great handicapper or a great bettor? I want to be a great bettor. I think they're rewarded immensely. So I feel as if with the type of horses that I like, I can't string them together. I'm sort of like the scorpion who stings the frog, but I'm trying to get over that. But with the trifecta, I found when I was kind of right with my on-top pick, that I could go forward, and the mechanism for keeping my sanity which is making a small play in the win spot if I have that part right, and I can't construct the bottom part correctly because maybe I'm shooting for the moon, that no $16 winner goes by where I don't get paid. I might not get the big payday, but I get paid. So the insurance on the trifecta wager was easy, as was smaller plays for exactas, and it really made the game easy for me betting-wise. Then I just had the handicap, which I've tried to do since I was about 16, regularly, and I found that the results proved my thinking and my feelings, and until probably, I don't like to take out rate, but that is what it is. I found success there. I found I could build tickets, and I found that the favorites didn't hurt me as much underneath as I vaguely think that they do in other spots. And we'll get to these tickets and the alls and things like that. I just want to walk through it. It's opening day. The bet I would like to make, Brian, if I had the bankroll to it, if our son can get a scholarship to college and our wife opens up the 529 account, I will, and I've charted this, I should be, with the right bankroll, you should be a superfecta player. You have to buy all in the bottom, and the multiplier when a 5-to-1 shot runs fourth is gigantic. I just can't afford it. That's the simple nut and bolts of that.
What is the all? Basically, the theory is anyone could run third?
Well, here's the thing that I did for the good folks today. I don't do that day in and day out. Scratches and things, a lot of things were involved with this ticket. If you ask me what my classic ticket is, not Breeders' Cup Day, it's a 1/3/6.
Okay, which is similar to what.
Yeah, some of these are going to have 10 or 12.
Right.
And also, when you like the 20-to-1 shot, you have to buy the all in the bottom because I'm going to get the win price. And remember, this is only contingent on winning. If I lose, it doesn't matter. They go in the dumpster. But it's like the 20-to-1 shot wins. I'm getting paid there. One to run third, he's about 12-to-1 to run third. Almost anybody in a race can run third, and that's a philosophy that I have. And and also what I did about the all here, folks, was these tickets were in the range for the dollar part wheels, like $32. And when I did the daily bets for WNYT.com, it was I wanted to give the average person a bet that they probably, if they're an adult, feel comfortable making. I'm not saying to buy this 5 times, you're in for $160. 4 times, you're in for $640 on day one, and you don't know what's going on. But what I would be most apt to do here is in race 4 and 8, I would pare down the second place. I rarely pare down the third place because I think everybody's live.
Right.
So why would you do that?
Anybody can run third here.
And obviously, in certain races, when I feel as if they're wide open, which is race 3 here, I like Skyro. We talked about first-time turf, big price in here. Gussie Mack is a big price. I'm taking St. Louis Joe to go along, as you guys would say, almost defensively because I'm not rooting for it. And that's what I want. So I'm also going to play a win ticket and exacta, but this is my bet. It comes up the same thing in the 8th race. When you see 4 legs, it's because one of those is the favorite that I think I can still get paid. And it's very affordable, the tickets. You don't have to wait 2.5 hours. I think that's an important thing for a lot of people. And you have mechanisms in place, such as betting any horse that's better than 6-to-1 to win only, to survive until the 15-to-1 shot and the 18-to-1 shot run 1-2.
Right.
And you're home. And it's really, I found it to be, there aren't long losing streaks. You win. If one of these top picks wins today, I probably can only lose 20 to 30% of my bankroll.
Right, at the most. Let's take a look at the pick 5 ticket that I put together. It's not necessarily a ticket, it's the grid, and that kicks off in race 6, okay? The late pick 5 in race 6 And this is the ABC ticket, the strategy. And what this does, it gives you more bang for your buck. If you were to take all these horses that we've listed here as my A, B's, and C's, the number would be astronomical. And obviously, your C horses to me, a C horse is like a once a week horse. So you can't play a caveman ticket. And a caveman would be like 11, 2, 5, 10 with 8, 1, 2, 3, 7, 6 with 3, with 4 there, with 5 at the bottom. That would be astronomical and unaffordable on a daily basis. The ABC ticket construction allows you to take advantage of your stronger opinions while still playing defensively with your lesser ones. And so you substitute a B for an A. So let's say in race 6, I have 11, 2, 5 as my A's. Well, my backup ticket is going to substitute those for the 10. And you do the same thing on down the line. If I want to use 2 B's, I take the first leg out, the 11, 2, 5. I take the 3, 7 in race 9 out. So now I have 3 A's and 2 B's. So essentially what it does, it allows you to be wrong and still be right. I would not be substituting season with, I would only substitute season with 1 level of A's. Again, those are the type of horses, to me, that like win once a week, but you say, there's a little something here. Maybe if something craziness happens. The other thing, in which you and I had a good discussion off the air about, is that you need to be honest with yourself in these pick 5s and think about what the sequence brings you. Golden Soul today in the quick call, Golden Pal, excuse me, is not going to lose. He's very, very, very unlikely to lose. So it doesn't behoove you to go 4 deep in that race on the top, when essentially that means you like 3 other horses exactly the same as Golden Pal. And look at this all A ticket. It's 3 by 4, 12 times 2, 24 times 2, 48. It's a $24 ticket for 50 cents. You're allowed to play that more than one time. And that's the other aspect of the pick 5. If you can identify, hey, today, you know what? Looks like a $271 payoff. Well, why are you going to put $200 into it on something on this caveman ticket, 5 by 4 by 4 by 2, when that's not the sequence it looks like? So you just have to be honest with yourself and your handicapping, and you know you're a good handicapper because you're watching this show. You wouldn't do it if you weren't taking this seriously. So that's where you have to identify, hey, this looks like maybe a bigger play today. I want 7 horses here in this race. I want 4 here. Then you substitute in your backups a little bit. Whereas today, I'm not trying to beat Golden Pal. He's 1-9 in that spot. I know you are, but that's not the sequence that presents itself today. And I think that's very, very important with these kind of ticket constructions. And that's what helps you. Hey, if he loses, you could still have a backup. But I don't want to spend $200 getting that backup. I want a fringe backup with my other A's just in case the craziness happens. And I think that's how
to me,
I like to play it.
To me, I contrarian always wins out. I'd be looking to single somebody other than the 3 and take my chances every 12th day of being live, and that the payout warrants the losing 11 times compared to the 12th that I win.
But that's why today's a great example. To me, that's not that race today.
I'm dialed in.
Right.
Don't you worry. This is my next project because I no longer have a young child and I have more time. I'm aging towards 31 hours in a day, and I'm going to do this data.
One more quick break on Racing Across America. We promise we'll get out of here. Opening day coming up. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
For 4 generations and looking forward to a 5th, Bruce Cerrone and his family have continued their 99-year tradition of delighting their faithful following with the finest authentic Italian recipes made with the freshest ingredients. Some things have changed in the last 99 years, but not Pinnell's commitment to the finest in Italian cuisine. Pinnell's Italian Restaurant, a Saratoga tradition since 1922. 284 Jefferson Street, just minutes from the track.
the best place to find your favorite teams, your favorite food, daily drink specials, and wagering on live horse racing? Legends Field Sports Bar, 11 Central Avenue, Albany. Get your game on day or night with 75 flat-screen TVs, tournament-style pool tables, a private banquet room, and live horse racing. So if someone asks you, where's the best sports bar in the capital region? Tell them Legends Field Sports Bar, inside the Clubhouse Racebook, 711 Central Avenue, Albany.
Opening day, Saratoga 2021. The weather's beautiful. We got through a handicapper's
Gates
report.
are opening.
Gates are opening. We got through racing across America. Anthony and I, well, you're used to us on the early part of the Thursday schedule. You have to get used to us on the late part,
I never leave
too.
when it's this warm.
Right?
Now I know what you guys go through. I might be wearing shorts soon.
So that's it. Get up here. I mean, as Anthony mentioned, free to the vaccinated. The gates are open. There's a lot of people here already. We can't wait. Thanks to Nadeau especially, and opening the gates here. It's a great card. We only lost one turf race today, the 4th. Tremendous card, tremendous weekend shaping up. Hope to see you up here. Anthony and I will be back. Well, you'll be back tomorrow and Saturday as well. I will see you next Wednesday. Best of luck. Enjoy the heck out of it. Opening day, Saratoga 2021.
You've been watching Racing Across America. Racing Across America has been brought to you by. Racing Across America is brought to you by Fennell's Restaurant, a Saratoga tradition since 1922. 284 Jefferson Street, Saratoga, just minutes from the track. The Leah Auto Group, Leah Cars for life. Find them on the web at leahcars.com. The new Capital OTB wagering platform. Bet any place, anytime with the new Capital OTB wagering platform. CapitalOTBBet.com, the premier wagering site in New York State. And the Clubhouse Racebook. Can't make it to the track? Make it to the Clubhouse Racebook, 711 Central Avenue, Albany.
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience here to be fair and easy. Whatever you drive, any make or model, DePaula is at your service with 100 bays and master technicians. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs. At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience here to be fair and easy. Whatever you drive, any make or model, DePaula is at your service with 100 bays and master technicians. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
It's post time for today's DePaula Play of the Day.
Hey everybody, Play of the Day on opening day. And first and foremost, want to wish everybody the best of luck on the summer and the season. It's going to be just so much fun after such a difficult year last year. You can feel around town, and when you get to the racetrack, was there on Wednesday, you're going to be greeted, I think, just by this unique atmosphere. As unique as Saratoga is on a regular basis, I think this is going to be one that people will remember the rest of their lives. Let's try to make it memorable when it comes to cashing some tickets. And before we get into opening day's thought, you have to juxtapose Play of the Day as best price of the day, the best possible choice that brings back a good return, or the most likely winner. So part of this exercise is kind of making commitment in one direction or another. My tendency is to reach for typically middle price long shots, and the place I do it most often will be on the grass. I mean, that's where you are getting the closest grouping of horses that have very little separating them. And frankly, I'm sure when we get to the end of the season, to Labor Day, I'll have reached, particularly for New York bred allowance condition turf long shots. For my money, you get the best prices in those races. And I'm going to sort of do that with open company allowance in the third race today. We got a 1 mile first level allowance, and Smile Brian is 10-1 for Orlando Noda and company. And this is a horse that is coming back up out of claiming company, but absolutely is competitive with those that have been, running against allowance foes. Since coming back to the grass after the winter, has been really good. Beaten, less than a length in his last two. And Luis Saez seems to be really getting along well with him in terms of having him in the race flow. There is potentially an opportunity for Saez to set the pace with Smile Brian. And at 10-1, I think he's a terrific play. He could wire, he could attend the pace and finish. He's done a little bit of everything, and he really is very consistent on the grass. One thing that dirties him up in terms of his price are those dirt races over the winter. And so people see the 40s and 50 buyers. It means nothing. He's a turf horse. He's a turf horse capable of running in the mid to upper 80s on the buyer scale. On sheets, on third graph, he's right with the favorites in here. And at 10-1, let's make Smile Brian, who is the 3 on the saddle cloth, the play of the day. Good luck, everybody. Talk to you Saturday.
Nadeau next, and then Jiving Jerry, who's followed by the same token. Cousin Harry last but one, and the back marker is Shoot Time the top way. Over the second flight they go, and the field is nicely spaced out. Good run to the third. Elegant Glass is the leader from Clever Currency, and then improving his Bonarch on the outside of Little Brother, tracked by Excelsis. And then Ina Bay and Curious Bride, the final four are Jiving Jerry, Cousin Harry by the same token in Shoot Time. Turning into the straight to flights 3, 4 and 5. In race 6, the Dawn Milk Run handicap hurdle over 2 miles, 1 furlong. And it's Elegant Glass and Darrow O'Keefe straightening, couple of lengths in front of Clever Currency, Dennis O'Regan. Little Brother next, Mike O'Connor. Away to the outside is Bonark and Brian Cooper. At flight number 3, Elegant Glass from Clever Currency, who jumped up almost on terms. And then Bonark and Little Brother, Ina Bay, Curious Bride, Jiving Jerry. At the middle flight in the straight, Elegant Glass and Clever Currency opening up a bit of a lead over Bonark, who's chartering a course on the outside. And then Little Brother and Excelsis, a bad mistake by Bonark, well picked up by Brian Cooper. Almost went. Elegant Glass back a couple of lengths in front of Clever Currency, Bonark, Little Brother, Excelsis, and then Ina Bay and Cousin Harry and Curious Bride. The last 3 are by the same token, Jiving Jerry and Shoot Time. They're back at the point at which they started. 5 flights left to jump as they enter the stretch in the back straight. Elegant Glass, Clever Currency, 2.5 in front of Bonark, Little Brother, Excelsis, Curious Bride, and Cousin Harry. Then Ina Bay by the same token, Jiving Jerry, Shoot Time remains the back marker. The 11 runners head towards the 7 furlong point with 4 flights left to jump. Little changes up front. It's Elegant Glass, tracked by Clever Currency and Little Brother. Then Excelsis, who's getting closer on the inside of Bonark, then Ina Bay. Curious Bride and Cousin Harry by the same token as 2 behind Jiving Jerry and Shoot Time. 4 to jump, entering their final 3/4 of a mile. And it's Elegant Glass from Clever Currency, Little Brother, Bonark out wide, and then Excelsis, Cousin Harry. Ina Bay next with by the same token. Niggled along on the inside is Curious Bride, and then Jiving Jerry and Shoot Time. Making the bottom bend back for home with 3 to jump in the Dawn Milk Run handicap. Elegant Glass in front from the outset is followed in by Clever Currency. Bonark improves on the outside of Little Brother and then Excelsis, Cousin Harry and Ina Bay, and then by the same token and Jiving Jerry. In line for the final 3 flights. On the right it's Elegant Glass, on the left is Bonark. Excelsis makes ground in between horses, then Little Brother and Ina Bay. Over the 3rd last flight, Elegant Glass still in front from Excelsis, who's making ground on the outside, and then Bonark and Little Brother, Cousin Harry and Ina Bay. This is the 2nd last flight, nothing between Excelsis and Elegant Glass. Elegant Glass has been picked off by Excelsis, racing down to the final flight, and Excelsis and Sean O'Keefe quickly winning the day here. Coming to the final flight, it's Excelsis over the last from Elegant Glass by the same token. Bonark is next and driven clear. It's Excelsis winning for Helen and Tom Mullins. The Dawn Milk Run handicap has run right away at the finish from by the same token and Elegant Glass.
Well, the trainers just had a winner over at Leopardstone, and Excelsis, they did come for it a little bit late, did try and flag it up. There was a bit of support for that one. Some of you might have put that in some trifecta exacto, or might even bet it to win. And 10 Excelsis done the bottom of the weights. They're not bred to be winning hurdle races by that Australian sprinter Exceeding Excel. And Exceeding Excelsis the winner. It's close for second. The green, always prominent, the all green of Elegant Glass with the hoops. And by the same token, that was the green with a white cap, was forced a photo as well for second. But this one's absolutely dotted up in the end here at Killarney. So the winner is the 10 Excelsis. Trainers on fire, just had a winner over at Leopardstone. Darrow O'Keefe, the winning jockey. Who's going to be second? Well, I can't split them, can you? Could go either way between 4 and 5. That might take a while. And back in 4th, that was Shoot Time. That's come from nowhere to nick 4th. That's not run for quite a while, Shoot Time. An eye-catching run there back in 4th. Right, Leicester, they're the runners and riders in for the next at Leicester. And they are going behind then here for this next one here. Right, the next then at Leicester, just over 1,200 metres. Classified race, very low-grade Class 6 for horses rated 0 to 50. So if you're rated 50 on the official ratings, you can just about squeeze in on the bubble, as they say here. Now, they have got quite a few non-runners here. Just go for easies again. The 1 doesn't go. The 4 doesn't go. The 11 is out. And then we have 14 and 17. So a lot of non-runners here for this classified. Time form like the bottom of the 18, in fact, here. Royal Guard, Richard Farley and Paul Hannigan. Hood first time might spark something for Royal Guard. Time for him put the 10 in second, which is Whiff Waff. And in third, they've gone with a 9, Mo Henry. Now, Mo Henry, trained by Adrian Paul Keatley, whose horses hit a bit of a flat spot for a few weeks, but they've started to run quite well again last couple of days. And you could do worse than have a look at 9. With Mo Henry, 9-year-old, so not exactly much upside there. But Oisin Murphy, who's got the leg up, he's already ridden 3 winners on the card. And Mo Henry for the trainer. Had a horse run well earlier on today at a big price, McGiven here, and I suspect this will run pretty well, Mo Henry. 7.4 on the local odds. Our local odds, then, quick look at those when my screen flicks over on the right page. While I'm waiting for that to happen, they have come for one track side then. If you're looking for a one at a price, we've just seen Excelsius win over there at Killarney, nibbled at, and they've nibbled at one here, the 3, At Your Service. Big prices, there's more support for it now. If you're looking for a late one, have a go at Your Service. Punters are latched onto it late. That's the money mover here then in this next at Leicester. Time from like the 18, Royal Guard. Well in on official ratings, Royal Guard. And this race certainly within its capabilities. But I said there's support for this Chelsea Banham runner, At Your Service. Right, Royal Guard 2.8, Eastern Star 4.8, Whiff Waff 4.9, 7.1 Woe Henry. Eastern Star in by William Buick. Now, this is a tough mare, in fact, for Tony Carroll, drawn 17 right under the rails, that yellow with the red cap. And that one is quite reliable, and William Buick eye-catching ride. There's some top-flight jockeys riding in a very low-grade race here, and some people have taken the hint on a few of these. Royal Guard, though, the time form section, in-store 5, brown colours, orange spots, or black colours, orange spots. Looks like we're set. Best of luck all in then here at Leicester. Let's go in, Tim Peters.
Over 6 furlongs then. Good break by Whiff Waff, who broke out quite smartly, as did Eastern Star in the yellow with the red cap, the noseband. Over on the far side, bit of early pace being shown by Money Honey, who's now just being reined back. As coming through is Royal Guard, black orange stars. Barber Llama, pink sleeves and cap is up there. Glorious Rio in behind with Miracle Garden. Oddsock Savannah's over on the far side. The dark green of Aiguilette comes next. Then down towards the near side, At Your Service is alongside That's Grand. Then in behind those we have Final Deal. Whiff Waff, having been up there, has now been shuffled back through the pack and is about 5 or 6 lengths off the pace as they make their way inside the 2. Eastern Star down the centre. Royal Guard has been shaken up. Glorious Rio is going quite well. Barber Llama over on the far side. At Your Service. Whiff Waff trying to get going down the near side. Miracle Garden's trying to make a bit of headway as well, but it's still Eastern Star in front, heading to the final furlong, tackled by Glorious Rio. Whiff Waff beginning to get going down the near side, is motoring home now. Eastern Star going on from Glorious Rio. Whiff Waff continues to close up and is staying on strongly, drifting towards the far side. Eastern Star. Whiff Waff can't get there, and Eastern Star doubles up for William Buick. Eastern Star beats Whiff Waff. Glorious Rio then staying on Mo Henry, was never near a 4th. At Your Service and Miracle Garden, and then in front of Royal Guard.
Well, a bit of a masterclass then from William Buick. That was hanging a bit under pressure there, but he's lifted that over the line. She's quite. She just put a shift in Eastern Star. Took a long time to lose the maiden tag, but she did win at Brighton. It was at Leicester not too long ago, and she's now won twice. She's had a lot of races, but she's won twice this season, and she was given a great ride then by William Buick. So William Buick just did ride the previous winner there on the Attorney, and this one, Eastern Star, who's actually a half-sister to a horse who won at York last week called Outrun the Storm. And this one has got the winning habit now. So William Buick just held this one together. She's in the middle of the track there. It did hang across the track, but William Buick has basically carried this over the line. The horse did put it in, mind you. So see the head on. So Eastern Star, the winner. It looked like Whiff Waff was going to come with a big finish. That's the one going solo in the purple and the white. But first run for Eastern Star. So if you played the numbers then here at the Leicester, it's going to be 5 Eastern Star, a quick-fire double for William Buick. Tony Carroll, the trainer, the excellent Tony Carroll. He wins if horses other trainers couldn't get a win out of. That's only my opinion. My opinion doesn't really matter. But 5 the winner, Eastern Star. Whiff Waff in second, the 10. Back in third is going to be the 7, Glorious Rio, I believe. And, well, there we go. And the 8 is back in fourth. That's going to be Miracle Garden. So 5, 10, 7 and 8. If you played the numbers, William Buick gets that Eastern Star course and distance winner as well. She clearly likes it here. And this track does take some getting because it's a lot of undulation. It's quite a dip after about 200 metres here. And horses who tend to run well do tend to run well here again. And so it just hangs a little bit under pressure. She wasn't stopping. She'd given everything in front. But William Buick did make her mind up for her. And gets this renown for Tony Carroll. So Eastern Star, the winner there, beats Whiff Waff, Glorious Rio and Miracle Garden. It's back in 4th. Right, still waiting for a weighed-in at Killarney. They've weighed in for Leopardstone's opener. And talking about Leopardstone, the order going down for the start then for race 2 at Leopardstone. Dixie Bluebell, a bit of 1.9 on the local odds at the moment. 4.4 Jeroboam, Ferrybank 5.4, Shahada 7.8, Flygirl 9.90. No Patience, good name that, 21.5, and Uncharted 26.8 for the next end at Leopardstone. Timeful, they did like the look here of Dixie Bluebell for Jim Bolger, Kevin Manning. That's the Gold Star rating as well. And they put in Jeroboam in second. Aidan O'Brien, Ryan Moore. Ryan Moore gets the leg up there. And they put Shahada in third for this next one here at Leopardstone. In fact, I was have a quick look at some of these. There was a few horses well back today at Leopardstone on the card. If you go, this is race 2. This morning in the UK, there was support here for 2 of these horses at a price. Shahada was in the UK, this is the UK this morning, was backed around about 9.0. Currently shown at 7.8. That holding its price looking at the local odds. In fact, looking at the local odds in the UK, Shahada has firmed up a bit. So there's support for Shahada this morning, more support for it now. This Kevin Prendergast filly only having its 4th start. Lightly raced compared to some of these. Some of these have quite a lot of races, and Shahada might outrun his price at a big, might well outrun his price here. And No Patience was also well back this morning. That's quite exposed, mind you, but there was an interesting one support for this Shahada, which Timeformer put in third. You see they've gone 2, 1 and 4. They've gone with a 2 here, which is Dixie Bluebell. Jim Bolger's horse here, Kevin Manning on board, by a horse called Fracas, who I think was placed in a derby, but that might not be right, but I think it was. And it was actually trained by Jim Bolger. Dixie Bluebell. Dixie Bluebell, a very reliable filly, and he, with greyhounds as well, you cannot beat fillies or greyhounds in form, or bitches in form. And this filly always puts a shift in. Ran really well on debut at this season at the Curragh, or on handicap debut at the Curragh, and has since improved on that. And so last time we saw this one run, this Dixie Bluebell. Dixie Bluebell did win at Ferios, won a maiden last time on the 7th of July, and got the official comment from the race reporter there of wins going away. Don't often see that too much. And in that race, Jeroboam was back in 4th. Before that run, then, that was over this trip, 1,400 metres. It was a second to a horse called Ice Cold in Alex in a handicap at the Curragh. So he's been running in handicaps. There's a big field handicap at the Curragh. It ran off a mark of 75 at the Curragh and handicap. Gives you an idea how good this one is. It's quite tidy. And I said this one won a maiden last time. Dixie Bluebell when it finished in front of Jeroboam. Right, they're going in. Time form selection then is this 2 Dixie Bluebell to back up that win last time. Dixie Bluebell in the blue with a white sleeves and the blue stars, just about going in behind the nose-banded runner there, which is looks like Uncharted. And that is Dixie Bluebell going in now. But that's Shahada, well backed in the Shadwell Estate colours. Definitely worth looking at, I'd have thought here. Right, going in pretty quickly for this next at Leopardstone. Looks like we're set. Best of luck for your playing. Jeroboam getting a bit excitable there in stall 7. Off and racing.
A pretty level break. Jeroboam, though, having played up in the stalls, just having to be briefly ridden away through these early stages in this Goatstown handicap. And Ferrybank is one of the first to show. Jeroboam from the outside is going to cut across the field and take over in the hands of Ryan Moore. So the purple jacket of Jeroboam has the advantage. No Patience down the inside. Dixie Bluebell on the outer, white sleeves and a white cap, blue body on the jacket. Ferrybank now just in front of this one in the yellow colours. Shahada has the noseband, and Fly Girl in the first-time visor races just in advance of the blue cap of Uncharted. So left-handed they race with half a mile to go in the Goatstown handicap, and it is the three-time placed Jeroboam that has the advantage in Ryan Moore, to Ferrybank, the Dundalk winner, and Billy Lee in second. Third position for No Patience, a regular round here, races on the inside of Dixie Bluebell, just being niggled along by Kevin Manning on the outside. Shahada is behind these with Fly Girl in the first-time visor. Back in the field, it's still Uncharted as they straighten up. They're inside the final quarter mile of the Goatstown handicap, and Ryan Moore says go aboard Jeroboam and quickly opens up 2-3 lengths. Ferrybank is in second. Dixie Bluebell's now asked for her effort in third. No Patience is next. They race inside the final furlong. Jeroboam is now about to be tackled by Ferrybank. Dixie Bluebell, Shahada, No Patience, and it is Ferrybank that strikes the front inside the final 50. A Dundalk winner in January. Ferrybank records his second success, wins this one for Billy Lee and Ted Walsh. Jeroboam.
Aluminum pad off, number 3, and number 9, a colt named Susie, will be 2 pounds over. Main track fast, turf course is good, race 4 is off the turf. We'll be back at 12:30. Up next, the opening day edition of Talking Horses with Andy Serling and Anthony Stabile.
For almost 150 years, the Saratoga name has been synonymous with the finest quality, sustainably sourced spring water available anywhere. Saratoga carries on the rich tradition of its forefathers by crafting each stunning blue glass bottle with the same attention to detail and care that has been its hallmark for generations. Visit SaratogaSpringwater.com today or ask for us by name at your local market or restaurant. Saratoga Spring Water. Make every day exquisite.
And you're back, and welcome to Saratoga, and welcome to Talking Horses. We kick off the Saratoga meeting. I'm Andy Serling, soon to be joined by Anthony Stabile. Looking forward to a tremendous Saratoga meeting, and it is absolutely sensational to have the fans back. Saw them pouring in the gates. It already feels like mid-afternoon on a Saturday at Saratoga. 40 glorious days of racing await us. Welcome to Saratoga and Talking Horses. And here is my co-host. You know him. Anthony Stabile. Anthony,
hi, everyone. Welcome back. It's been great to
what?
To be back. It's been great to have the fans here. Been here hosting breakfast at Saratoga for the meet. So had a couple of hundred people here already, watching everybody line up. It is fantastic to be back. You left me alone here with this guy last year. Thankfully, we're surrounded by our friends and our fans now. I'm looking forward to a fantastic meeting. And of course, thanks to our friends over at Saratoga Water.
That's right. Thanks for it. Run around the stands on the dirt course. It does appear that, at least on paper, there's some speed here, because you have to imagine Nick Zito's going from the rail or Ravinio. No Line potentially stretching out could have speed, and Flowers for Lisa is fast. Is Flowers for Lisa the speed of the speed?
Flowers for Lisa could be the speed of the speed, especially if he can recapture some of his old form. He's had success up here at Saratoga in the past. He won a nice allowance race a couple of summers ago, and you would imagine that if he's going to be on his A game now in for this 12-5, he will be forwardly placed. I agree with you, though, Andy. There's plenty of speed in here. And even if a horse like Flowers for Lisa can get loose on them, he figures to have plenty of pursuers in the early going.
Yeah, I'm not his biggest fan. I don't think his form is as good as once was. He's a horse also that probably would have preferred if the rain came strongly.
Yes.
Fortunately, it did not. We are fast and good. Only off the turf for race 6, and keep in mind race 4. Race 4. And race 6 has been moved to the Mellon turf course. We'll take a look at Wagon Boss, the number 4, and we start out the day with the same pick. I thought we had different picks in the first race. Apparently we do not. We'll take a look at Wagon Boss and Charlie's Archangel, running at Churchill last time. Why do you like Wagon Boss?
Yeah, they had 1-2 last time. I went the same way in here. I have to imagine that this horse is going to sit a pretty good trip behind a decent amount of speed that we think's in here. Gets Joel Rosario. Source ran into Exulting a couple and 3 starts back. Exulting's on a big run down at Churchill Downs at the spring summer meet. Found a little class relief leaving the likes of Exulting. Got a good trip, got the job done. I think the same thing can happen in here. Give Michelle Giangiula her first win.
I think that horse is a player along in this race. Thought it was kind of tough. I thought the 9 horse, Hammer and Ammer, was a dangerous horse. Both Hammer and Ammer and Charlie's Archangel, both coming off the claim for Robertino Diodoro. And as well as Robertino Diodoro has big numbers off the claim. His numbers at Naira off the claim with dirt routers are not strong. Both will be in here. I'm going to use both those horses. I prefer Wagon Boss pointed for this race as well. A horse that can be forwardly placed, but if the pace doesn't heat up, if it does, he still should should get good position. Race number 2 and race number 5 are both 2-year-old maiden races, split divisions for the fillies. And it appears, at least on paper, that race number 5 came up significantly tougher. Race number 5 has a lot of big names in there, a lot of big pedigrees, whereas race number 2 really doesn't have a great deal as far as the firsters and 2 that ran. Of the 2 that ran, I prefer the number 7, Zamuda. Andy Kaufman fans will be loading up on Zamuda here for his sidekick, Bob Zamuda. And I thought this horse ran okay after breaking slowly first time out at Churchill Downs. Did slip the rail after that, but it was a race that was dominated on the front end. It was the one horse to make up ground. And unlike Speedometer, who's obviously dangerous for Steve Asmussen, who used to win with all his second-time starting 2-year-olds at Saratoga, now he wins with all his first-time starters. I've taken Zamuda over Speedometer. I stayed with horses with experience. You've gone with a firster for Tom Amos. Good luck to you.
Yeah, Tom Amos with a filly named Microbiome. Dam was 9 for 34, earned close to $250,000. Just as a couple of nice works down in Kentucky before shipping up. Tyler Gaffleone going to ride. I wasn't in love with either runner. The filly that beat Zamuda, Pipeline Girl, comes out of Osceolaville later on. I thought the Asmussen filly ran okay. I preferred her to Zamuda. I also thought Frosted Oats for Bill Mott, half the grade one win a Peace and War, might be okay, a daughter of Frosted.
It does feel like the Mott firsters, the Colts rarely seem to win first time out here. It seems like fillies have more luck here. I do have the workout for the number 5, Everyone Loves Linda, at the April sale at Ocala for Ed Barker. I thought this was actually a pretty impressive workout. The horse worked 10 flat, and I thought looked pretty good in doing it. Now, Ed Barker says he has a couple of good-looking first-time starters. One of them is a Quality Road. I forget who the other sire is. Not the Secret Circle, but he's a sneaky guy, and maybe like this one.
You're not going to believe this. He thinks this horse can win today.
Of course he does. And he's never, actually, if you don't know Ed Barker, he's actually never run a horse that he didn't like.
Ever.
So Everyone Loves Linda. I did like the workout in this horse, and maybe this one's a runner. I went with experience. Anthony is going more with first-time starters. Race number 3. First turf race of the Saratoga meeting, 1 mile on the inner turf course. And it's probably a battle of 2 horses off of maiden wins in their last starts, and an early battle here with Chad Brown and trainer Bill Mott. The number 9, St. Joe Louis, improved dramatically off his debut at Tampa Bay to win his last start at Belmont Park. We'll take a look at that race. Keep in mind, while the second-place finisher came back to win, he won an off-the-turf race on Belmont Stakes weekend. He did not come back to win on the turf, but St. Joe Louis was impressive.
Yeah, I just liked how handy he was. Just sat right off the pace. Joel really didn't do much with him here. Just, gave him his cue at the pole, and he was long gone. I don't know what he beat. Land Biscuit was a horse that had run for a tag in the past, and like you said, went off the turf. But he certainly did it the right way. And
what does it mean when a horse does it the right way? Is there an actual definition, or is that just racetrack BS?
At no point, no, I think at no point.
It's racetrack BS.
No, I don't think so, because at no point did it look like he was going to lose that race, especially from the quarter.
Well, he's getting an absolutely perfect trip against a subpar field.
But
I mean, I'm not knocking him, but it's not like he had some sort of trouble, or I don't think winning races with
the right way.
See, I don't think winning races with perfect trips is doing it the right way. And in fact, I think that's a good segue to the man who's abandoned his hero, William Mott, with Treason. I think Treason won the right way, because Treason actually ran exceptionally well in the context of that race. Because unlike St. Joe Louis, who had an absolute dream trip, Treason was 4 wide without cover the entire way, which is not a good trip. Most horses that get those trips, they tire and they pack it in. And he was a 25-1 first-time starter who won like he was a 3-5 good thing. He was so much the best. And this was a good-looking field, at least on paper. I was very, very impressed with the effort by Treason. I'll show you a stat for Bill Mott. For what it's worth, it's not a big sample size, but it suggests that Bill Mott's runners in turf races that win first time. No, that's not it. That's Dust Devil. We can go back to the stat for Treason. Thank you very much. There's Bill Mott about 70 years ago when he was a young man. I think he's younger in that picture than his son Riley is now. 4 for 14, 6 hitting the board, good numbers with debut winners. I was very impressed with Treason first time out. I'm not knocking St. Joe Louis. I like Treason's debut, and I think he's a very nice horse.
He did a lot of running first time out. It was a good effort, like you said. I think the uncovered, just being wide, especially on debut, you take all that air, and you never get to save any ground, and he kept coming. They were the 2 for me as well.
I think the wild card in here is the 6, Point Me By, going out for Eddie Keneally. He was impressive, winning his debut first time out. For what it's worth, stretch outs with turf, decent enough numbers with an okay ROI for Eddie Keneally. It's so hard, though, to stretch from 5.5 to a mile, but he is a point of entry, so it would suggest his pedigree says he would do it. But he's not only got to stretch effectively, he's got to improve to beat both the 9 and 10 in all
Yes,
likelihood.
he's got to face winners for the first time. I thought, like you, he was ignored at the board first time out, 14-1. Maybe the pedigree suggested that he was going to want more ground, and he was just good enough to win sprinting first time out. I thought he could be a little live. I would let the tote board guide you with him. If he's 5-6-1, you probably want to get a little bit of a better price on him, I would think.
All right.
Off the turf in the fourth.
Let's go off the turf in race number 4, and we will now go to a video to start out. And the horse will be heavily favored in here, Big Bad Diva. I'll let you talk about her.
Yeah, off the turf, Big Bad Diva. The one race this horse has on the dirt down at Tampa Bay Downs, it's better than any dirt race he ever ran. So he wasn't entered main track only, but I'm sure his connections are more than happy for this one of all the races today to go off the turf. And like you said, Andy, there's just not a lot of dirt form to go off of here. This race goes to 1 1/8 as well. So from 1 1/16 to the 1 1/8, this is a horse that's already won convincingly around the 2 turns, and now he's catching a bunch of horses that don't really have a lot of dirt form, and some of that dirt form is going shorter around 1 turn.
Yeah, it's hard to really go against this horse in a 6-horse field. As you say, there's just such a paucity of dirt form. I mean, Gemke did run okay. Carrick's sort of ridiculous. The barn has gone a little cold after winning every race in sight and is just too slow anyway to compete. Gemke seems faster than that one. I thought Rosie Holiday might be the wild card. The last time this horse ran the dirt, ran well enough to be competitive. But the 10 Big Bad Diva seems like, based on the race we saw there, if she runs back to that race, she's a virtual cinch in this race.
Yeah, there's not really much to say about some of the others in here. They're kind of slow on the dirt, and she has that one fig that would just destroy this field.
Yeah, I wish I could make a strong case for anybody else. My other use is Rosie Holiday, because I thought her win on the dirt, 2 back, was good enough that I would use her in this race for a little bit. But the 10 is way the horse to beat. Race number 5 is the aforementioned strong maiden race we talked about. And let's start out with the horse that ran, Lady Scarlet, for trainer Brad Cox. And Brad, like a lot of Kentucky trainers, is going to have a much stronger presence here than last year. And I think you can see right away in the cards this weekend how much stronger the racing is with the presence of so many trainers and outfits from Kentucky. Lady Scarlet finished a decent enough second at Churchill last time. And I've decided to try to beat this horse. I usually go with experience, but there seem to be too many live firsters.
Yeah, I agree. She ran well enough first time out. Was the second choice at 3-2, so that tells you that was a race that was dominated on the tote board anyway by just 2 of the fillies. She ran okay. She stretches out to the 5.5 now. I don't know what I don't know what she ran against that day. And like I said, those races, they're dominated by 2 horses on the tote board. It usually tells you something about the rest of the field. So like I did in the second race, I went hunting for a first-time starter, and I went with one of the 2 who kind of have a little bit of a gaudy pedigree.
Why don't you talk about the 7, Echo Zulu?
Echo Zulu's a half to J-Boys Echo, and Echo
J-Boys
Town.
Echo won the Gotham over Cloud Computing.
And Echo Town won the Alan Jerkins here last year.
There's 5 foals from that dam that could really run. It's not just the 2 of them.
The gun runners have been pretty good since we've seen it hit the ground. Mare was 3 for 4. She was a graded stakes winner. A lot to like here. And like Andy mentioned before the second race, it used to be the Asmussen Barn won second time out. Last summer, I forget the number, but it was easily around 10 firsters that came up here and all looked really, really good getting out of the maiden
He was
ranks.
dominant. Three summers ago, too, he was extremely dominant. And obviously, like a lot of trainers, you point for Saratoga with your 2-year-olds, but the one thing that the Asmussen Barn has been able to do is deliver. It's one thing to point. It's another thing to deliver, and they have delivered. Now, Jeremiah Engelhardt has delivered in the past as well, and he's got to have to Mia Mischief, speaking of Steve Asmussen, in the number 6 Solasta, another horse who seems dangerous. There was a 1.5, 1 to 2 other foals from the dam could run. Mia Mischief, who was an Into Mischief. This one is a Golden Sense, so you don't get that Into Mischief, but still probably dangerous. I thought the 5 Out Fox, going out for Bill Mott and Ellen J. Foxwoods, sold for $360,000 to Ocala at what I thought was a very, very impressive 20 4/5 workout. I really liked this horse and thought Out Fox was extremely dangerous for Bill Mott. And this one, fillies for Bill Mott, first time out, seems like those are runners for him.
Yeah, certainly one to keep an eye on as well. I don't disagree. The one thing I will say, without a lot of form to go off, when you're looking at the workouts, be careful with the bullets, because sometimes these horses are up here and 7 or 8 horses will work at the distance for the day, and they'll get a bullet, and that bullet will look the same as a horse that's outworked 40, 50, 100 horses for the day. Keep that in mind when you handicap the 2-year-olds.
The reality of workouts is that the times are one of the least important factor of workouts. I'm not an expert. I don't look at them, but there are workout reports that can give you more information on that. Times, not that relevant. I took repealing in this race. A first-time starter for Al Stall. 2 to 3 of the 4 foals in this dam could run. And my feeling here is that Al Stall is a dangerous trainer who's been known to win with first-time starters up here, and nothing better than the idea of maybe getting a little bankroll to start that Saratoga meeting and start your live as firster. So I'm taking a total guess. I actually saw Al Stall, and I told him that. He, of course, said nothing, which means he must like the horse. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. There's has enough pedigree, and I thought this could be a dangerous one at a much better price than the other runners. But this has the look, at least on paper, and it'll be interesting to compare the times of the 2 races, race number 2 and race number 5. Speaking of time, we don't have a lot more, but we've got 5 races to go. Quick break to hear from our wonderful sponsors at Saratoga Water. Anthony, I will be right back.
Make business meetings exquisite. Make a weekend outing exquisite. Make a late night snack exquisite. Make a night on the town exquisite. For nearly 150 years, the Saratoga Spring Water Company has been producing the finest spring water available anywhere. Saratoga Spring Water. Make every day exquisite.
He is the Big A, Anthony Stabile. I'm not. Race number 6, keep in mind race number 6 has been moved from the inner turf course to the Mellon turf course, which is also known as the outer turf course. You are going to try to wire the field, I believe, with a number 2, Alba's Star.
That is correct, and after getting on my soapbox about the Mike Stidham barn down at Belmont Park, things are different. We're at the old spa now. I like this filly.
So Mike Stidham's live now.
No, I didn't say that.
So what's the point of your entire diatribe?
I just think they're coming up to Saratoga. It's kind of a clean slate. Now, it does go to the Mellon. I like this filly probably a little bit better on the inner with her speed. I will try to bomb them out.
Speed's better on the inner than the Mellon?
Well, historically, I feel it is.
Okay. I don't know, but okay.
Philly, she was beaten by last time, came back to win a little stakes race last week down at Delaware Park for Steve Casares. And
she was 2-1 in that race.
Like you said.
She was the 2-1
Yeah,
favorite.
listen, it wasn't much, but she did win. And I just hope this filly leads them on a merry chase.
And you think that she can turn the tables on the horse who beat her Choose Happiness last time out?
I do.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't think she's impossible. I see Kitten by the Sea as the 2-1 morning line favorite for Todd Pletcher. And is this Todd's first runner on today's card, actually?
It could be.
Take a look. Yeah, races 6 and 7 today. And
we have to be missing the 2 2-year-old
races,
right?
He has decent enough numbers coming off layoffs. He had a big price winner at Saratoga. He's only 3 for 17 for what it's worth at Saratoga off 6-month-plus layoffs going turf routes. So his numbers are okay, but not spectacular, and obviously pointing. Theirs is okay, and probably the best races that Kitten by the Sea has run. Will probably win this race like you. I was trying to beat her. I took a shot with this horse, Jazzy Lady. We'll take a look at her winning last time at Churchill with a mediocre fig. And I think she's going to get a little lost because this fig looks so low. Basically, she was blocked down the stretch. She ran for about 100 yards in here, and she was in a woefully overmatched field. But I think this is one of those races where the fig doesn't do justice to how well she ran. Now, I don't know how good she really is, but Ray Handel actually has decent enough numbers. He's 4 for 15 with a strong ROI off the claim with turf routers. And I thought she was kind of an interesting horse that he claimed down there and a new face to this group. And I thought maybe she's faced some better horses, and she'd be a little bit of a better price. No problem with the 2, no real problem with the 5 as well. I think they're very logical horses. I basically thought in this race that there were 4 major contenders, the 2, 5, 10, and 11, and I put them 1, 2, 3, 4. Anthony has to put positive skew in every time because one day he'll be successful picking her going long, but he's done it about 10 times and she's never been successful.
It was 2,
whatsoever.
5. It's a 2, 5, 11 for me. I did that just to kind of nudge you a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I did.
2 Cent Tootsie, I think, has a chance to get a
Okay.
piece in here and as well. I thought she had a shot to run a little bit. Race number 7 is an absolute war and a perfect example of what happens when we have all these shippers from Kentucky, because there's so many different horses coming in here that have been impressive in recent races, strong runners in here. Now, we'll start with the likely favorite, the number 1, Arham, who's part of an entry for Todd Pletcher with the 1A Ajaweed, who also could win if the pace gets hot. Dust Devil has been privately purchased and moved to Bill Mott. We'll be able to use that Bill Mott stat after this. I'm going to tell you something. I thought RM was very unimpressive with his second place finish in here. He had the whole stretch to get by. I know it was a fast race. Todd's numbers with blinkers on aren't that strong. I think he's sort of grasping, and I'd prefer to take horses in here that are on the come a little bit. There are so many of them, than a horse like this who's had his chances.
I could not agree with you more. I felt like he had dead aim on Yankee Division last time and just could not reel him in. Kind of felt like he ran in place the last 1/8 of a mile or so, and now they're going to ask him to take on a little bit more ground. I don't know if turns are going to help him. You know, a horse like him was just a grinder. He gets the blinkers.
He gets an extra third turn, actually. He's going to do a little turn before
I'm
the
just
race
saying,
to add those turns.
he gets a couple of different things today. We'll see. And the problem with them, Andy, is, and you say this all the time, you have Arham, you have Ajaweed. The entry, you're going to get 2 for 1. They're going to be overbet, and while they can both win, I don't think they're really knocking anybody's socks off at a short price.
No, I agree. I don't know how much money Ajaweed would take. I seemed like he'd improve with his 2 back. He was so awful last time, it's hard to even know where he is, but I suppose if the race collapses, he has an outside chance in here. Did we show the stat for Dust Devil for Bill Mott? So off the private purchase, it's his last race, and Bill just doesn't have very good numbers. As you can see with his trainer switches on the dirt, he's 5 for 45, 3 for 21 going long. The ROI going long is under $1, and I think the assumption is, oh, Bill Mott, well, they don't really improve, and he's a horse that really improved for Mertan Cantramachi, so I don't know how much you expect to improve, but he has run fast enough in his recent races to win.
Isn't this a curious private purchase? Right, a gelding.
I guess it depends what they paid.
Yeah.
You don't really know the circumstances. You have a couple of horses that I thought were impressive breaking their maiden. I mean, Yearn for Victory to a lesser extent, who's going to come off that race where he wired the field. I think that the 3 Business Model ran very well last time. Why have you left Business Model out of your top 4?
I don't know how far Business Model wants to go. His 2 2-turn races last year, he kind of labored a little bit. He got the 1 turn.
Different horse than last year.
Yeah, he could be, but he got a great setup last time, Andy, and he just. You know, he beat
did?
the field.
He
yeah,
did?
I thought he did.
I don't agree. I think the speeds ran 2-3 in there, and it was not a race that actually fell apart. It was actually a race where the pace held together. So I think the horse that got a great setup is the horse that you and I picked on top, and we'll take a look at Southern District. I disagree. I think Business Model ran last time out and is dangerous. I flirted with picking him on top. I ended up with Southern District, and we'll see how he does come from Kentucky. It's a horse that ran very well his first time out in the turf. He stubbed his toe and ran poorly in his second start, but he really came alive on the dirt last time. Now, the second horse came back to win, but he also ran 3 Beyer points worse. But I did think he was impressive winning his last race, and I don't agree with you with Business Model. I thought he ran very well last time.
Okay.
I think these are the main 2 if you're trying to beat Arham.
Okay.
I tell you what, we haven't bet a lunch. We're at 75 lunches. Can I bet you the 2 finishes ahead of the 6?
You mean the 3?
The 3, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
2 lunches?
Sure.
We're at 75 lunches. For those that haven't been following along in New York, we'll be at 77
We're
after
still
this
in New
race.
York, by the way.
You know, I don't think downstate. I think Dak Daniels is not impossible in here, though he's had his share of chances. I think Clay the Lionheart is a chance, but he seems to finish second in his races. I think those horses are good enough, though, to be competitive in here.
And I'm curious enough by the purchase that I think Dust Devil is
he
not
can
without
win.
chance in here.
Oh, I think he's far from without a chance in this race. We'll see what happens. I'm going to focus on the 2 Southern District and the 3 Business Model. Anthony's going to focus on the 2 and the entry, it appears. Race number 8, the first stakes, named for the mighty Quick Call, who was a 9-time winner at Saratoga, had an unveiling of his headstone at Clare Court yesterday. Quick Call, who many of you remember, winning 2 straight four-goes, losing another one by a nose, and he's a horse that had a great influence. I think he speaks so much for what horses do for people, because he was at the Wallkill Correctional Facility with people working with him with an incredible program the Thoroughbred Retirement Fund runs. And he's really a shining example of how much good thoroughbreds do for many, many people.
We had the chance to talk to Kelsey and Kim from Second Chances this morning during breakfast. They're going to come on HRN later as well. And just the whole story, the quick call. You know, it's kind of hard with four-star Dave around to carve out your own niche, but he certainly did that here at Saratoga as well.
This features a return of Golden Pal, who was the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner. We'll take a look at it. He obviously ran very well in here, and he's an extraordinarily impressive horse last year. But I'm sorry. This is a horse that has not started since November. And I know Wesley Ward sometimes runs them sparingly, but no one will convince me that he said, my plan with Golden Pal is to wait for Saratoga and then ship him over to Europe for a start. It's a horse that was working well earlier in the year, and then he left the work tab. And I'm a little concerned that he's not going to come back. For what it's worth, Wesley Ward doesn't have great numbers coming off these long layups and turf sprints off of wins. He can win this race. He's going to be a wildly short price, and I don't want to pick him on top.
Well, you picked the only horse you could pick against him, because there's a question as to how good Jackson Traveler is on the turf. I'll let you talk about him.
We'll get to him.
As far as this horse goes, though, yes, he is by appointment only, but when he runs by appointment only, he shows up. Do I think this was the plan? No, I agree with you. This was not the plan. But with that said, he's here. I don't know how much he has to deal with, because let's face it, Andy, if Jackson Traveler can't turf or doesn't handle the turf as well as he's handled the main track, the rest of these horses that have turf are going to have to play Golden Pal's game today.
Well, I get it. I picked him second. I'm not against him. I think that he's a vulnerable horse, and we'll talk about Jackson Traveler in the middle. But, I mean, the horse that you have second of July, how can you take him in this race? I guess the only thing was he got a prep last time against better horses in a race that collapsed. But even his win was an absolute perfect trip. The second horse was unlucky, and he's got to improve dramatically off that race. But I guess your logic is if he doesn't, if the 9 isn't a turf horse, he's the best of the other horses.
No question about it. I don't want the other horse. I don't want horses like Omaha City.
What about Kentucky Pharaoh?
I don't know about. I don't know if I want Kentucky Pharaoh cutting back.
Well, he lost his rider last time. I don't know if he wants to go short, but I'd give him a shot.
Yeah. I thought 2nd of July was interesting. He had a
He's not impossible.
Tough start to his race last time, and I'm thinking maybe
prep race. He was in against older monsters that he couldn't
Monster.
possibly beat relative to these. Now, as far as Jackson Traveler, and listen, he's not going to be a big price, going to be bet off dirt for him, so he's normally the kind of horse I avoid. This is his second last time to the very talented Outador, who's a very good turf horse for Wesley Ward. I mean, he's got solid turf pedigree. Muddings is a very effective turf sire. The Dam won on the turf. She's produced 2 turfers to try the turf. Both of them were solid. They were, at the very worst, as good on the turf as they were on the dirt. This is a horse that's running 94 buyer figure, winning a stake at Oaklawn on the turf. So why do I not think if this horse can handle the turf? It's obviously a question, but the pedigree says this horse is supposed to be able to handle the turf. And I think he's going to be an okay enough price because Golden Pal's going to be so short. So I want to take the alternative horse because he's got the pedigree to do it, and he's clearly got the ability to be competitive. Golden Pal has to show up and run his race. I'm not arguing against Golden Pal, but I think he's a little bit vulnerable in here. And the 9, Jackson Traveler, if he's a turf horse, Golden Pal better be ready to roll today.
I agree with. If Jackson Traveler can turf and he runs to his pedigree, he'll be tough. I'm a big fan of Golden Pal. I'm not a fan of the price, but I'm a big fan of the horse.
Race number 9 is the Schuylerville. First Schuylerville I ever saw, Anthony, was 1974. Najana won it. I believe that Najana won it as a maiden. I want to say Mac Miller. And Najana, we ran a stake for her here. It's one of the races that became either Lake George or the Lake Placid. We lost a big player in Happy Soul, a horse that I was going to play against in here. I thought she was very vulnerable. She will not play. It's a question, obviously, who would David have made favored? Because he wouldn't have made both the 1 and 2 the same price had they both been in the race. I think the one I pick is going to be favored in here, Mainstay. We'll take a look at Mainstay at Monmouth. Mainstay's after Vequist, who won our spinaway last year as a maiden for these connections. Won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and ended up being the champion 2-year-old last year. I know it's 4.5 furlongs on a sloppy track. Believe me, I don't love that. This horse is working like a wild down at Parks for this race. And I think that Mainstay might just be the goods in this race. I liked her more at a better price against Happy Soul. I won't get in this situation, but I think there's a chance that she is really the real deal.
She was entered in our Astoria.
She was entered against Happy Soul.
Entered against
as
Happy
a first-time
Soul
starter.
And ran the same day down at Parks, down at the home base instead. And, well...
It was actually the next day.
Next day? Oh, it was Thursday, correct.
We're big on
Thursday,
accuracy
Friday.
on this show.
Thursday, Friday. During the Belmont State Racing Festival. Better?
Not the same day.
Not the same day.
I don't want you to start bad habits of giving out inaccurate information here on opening day. The fans demand more, Anthony.
Gotta go from 4.5 to 6. Like you said, you know, she went 4.5 at Monmouth in the slot over a sealed racetrack. I don't know how you... What
got
you
her
do
fourth.
with that race. Yeah, I got a fourth.
That's going to work out well for you.
I
you like that Velvet Sister a little bit off that big win at the 3-horse field in this race that they timed with a sundial?
I like Pretty Birdie. And I like Pretty Birdie.
Here's Pretty Birdie's
Happy
debut.
Soul. Yeah, I liked her debut. I'm not going to say she did it right, but she was impressive.
Don't use that line.
I know. I didn't say it. She was impressive. She went to the lead, dealt with some horses while racing inside, and she just kind of ran away from them. And that's what you want to see from these horses early on. She ran a nice fig. She ran a fig in her first start that I think would have been really competitive with Happy Soul today. She doesn't have Happy Soul to deal with. I don't want to say I don't trust the fig from Mainstay, but I want to see it again. Not in the slot, not going 4.5, not at Monmouth.
She's got to run faster.
She's got to run,
she's got to run faster based on the fig to beat Pretty Birdie if Pretty Birdie runs her race. I'm not familiar with that Sire Birdsong at all. Are you? I'm familiar with the Grateful Dead Birdsong.
That was a Mary Lou Whitney horse.
I assumed that.
Birdsong was Mark Cassie. He won, I want to say he was a grade 3 winner. He got good for a very short amount of time. I think he was the favorite in the Foster when it was still a grade 1. May have won the Foster.
It's a Grateful Dead song named for Janis Joplin, in case you're interested. More importantly. But thank you for all that information.
Yeah.
I don't remember him at all. No, obviously this horse can win, Pretty Birdie, and I'd love to see Norm Cassie get a big win here on opening day. I think they're the main two players. I'll be very surprised. I know that Velvet Sister beat a highly touted Chad Brown first-time star last time. I thought that was a dreadful field, 3-horse field. I know she can win. I've got her third basically by default in here. The other Steve Aston runner, Eagle Express, has some speed. So this is a race that could potentially feature a pretty strong pace.
Yeah, we'll see how it unfolds.
Not that ever happens around here.
We'll see how it unfolds. I mean, Pretty Birdie was pretty fast first time out, and she gets Louis Saez from the under the gun from the rail. I would imagine she's going to be trying to take them gate to wire.
Race number 10 closes out opening day here at Saratoga as we kick off the meet. Race number 10. I guess the horse to beat is Clever Fellow, who's 8-5 morning line, but I'm just a little sick of this horse.
Yeah, I think I'm assuming we both have the same mentality here. He can obviously win this race, but
he was bad last time.
He was bad last time.
He ran well too back. He moved too soon into a quick pace, and he was best.
He ran well last time. I had zero excuse for him last time.
I did not like his last race.
But the funny thing is,
still good enough to win.
The figures, he ran better last time. I don't think either of us agree with that.
Well,
the figs.
Agent Creed, who beat him, the reason he didn't run better or potentially didn't run as well as it looks is that he didn't do any running, whereas the time before he made a premature move into a quick pace that collapsed, and Agent Creed, who's not that much, took advantage of it. What do you like about Shinjuku, or is this just going to be one of those, I'm going to believe that Horatio de Paz is going to have a big Saratoga meet?
I thought this horse was in a decent spot last time, got into a little trouble approaching the turn, and they're putting this horse back on the turf. This horse was entered on the turf first time out.
He really didn't get into any significant trouble.
I thought he had enough trouble.
Was he doing any running when he got into trouble?
Well, that's the only one. I don't know if you can be definitive on that.
Well, you definitely can't be definitive. He did break slowly in his last start. I've got him fourth because he does have some turf pedigree. He's a half to Voodoo Song, as well as some other turf runners. I'm a little bit skeptical.
Andy, I think...
Is this like a DePaz story?
No,
you know, the DePaz barn is loaded for the meet. You want to come clean on this?
No.
He was on the show.
I'll tell you what.
He's pointing everybody for the meet.
I'll tell you one thing. You look at this race on paper, there's not a lot of speed in this race. He gets a rider change to Ricardo Santana Jr.
So that bum John Velasquez that rode him last time?
But he didn't go
that
to the lead last time. I wonder if the blinkers dulled this horse down a little bit. Now the blinkers are off, an aggressive rider goes on. I would like to see this horse forward, sitting no worse than second or third today.
Good luck with that.
You see a lot of speed in here?
Well, with the 10 scratch and the pace got a little murky in here, I don't disagree with that. I think Clever Fellow could be forwardly placed in this race. I think that Ruse will be forwardly placed near, and Ruse, we'll take a look at Ruse, and I did want to show the start of the race so you can see Danzig with the Stars and Viking Zim, because both did have a little bit of trouble early in the race, but my problem is that I think they both benefited from a race that collapsed. And I think on paper it looks like they did a ton of running in the stretch, and I think they were just sucking up, whereas Ruse was right on top of the pace. The pace collapsed, and that included the very talented Ocala Dream. I'm not Ocala Dream, I'm sorry. Bar 14, who came back to run big and had run huge in the race against Clever Fellow before that. Ruse does not draw well in here. I do like his chances, and I'll use him. The problem is I bet him last time at 10-1, and I think he'll be a fraction of that price today, but I think he's very dangerous if he can overcome that post. I think of the horses out of this race, Ruse is significantly more likely than either Danzig with Stars or the 7 Viking Zim.
All things being equal, I agree. That post could hurt him today. But
there's a relatively long run in the first turn, and you're the one who said there's not a dearth of pace in here.
No.
So isn't it up to Dylan Davis to be aggressive?
Dylan's got to be aggressive. That
well, why wouldn't he be?
Win.
Fast pace last time?
That's what I'm hoping.
He theoretically could clear.
That's what I'm hoping from post 3 with Ricardo Santana Jr. and Shinjuku.
If he clears,
if he clears, he'll be very dangerous.
It's going to be very tough to beat in this race.
I think if anybody clears, they could beat.
I think Irad Ortiz has to be aggressive with Clever Fellow, not only because the pace may not be that strong, but also to try to prevent Ruse from getting an easy lead. If he just abdicates the lead, then he could be in trouble.
I think he also showed you Clever Fellow 2 back. He's going to kind of need things to go perfectly.
He's just a horse who's had his chances on turf and dirt and disappointed at short prices. He's lost his last 3 races at 6-5, 4-5, and 4-5. That's a bad sign, especially for Chad Brown. One thing about Chad Brown, his horses win when they're supposed to win.
Yes, they do.
And this guy has failed 3 straight times on 2 different surfaces. He's good enough to win, but he's getting to be a horse. He's got a little bit of group thinking.
And he's 8-5 on the morning line. He's going to be closer to even money, I would imagine.
As far as my pick, Sandro the Great. I feel like Sandro the Great ran against legitimate open horses first time out on the turf at 1.25 miles in his first turf race, a New York bred against opens. Then last time out, if you didn't watch it for Christophe Clement last year here, this horse got carried out. You know, sometimes you see those inner turf races and somebody blows the first turn and they take another horse out. He was that other horse that got completely and totally taken out of the race. And at that point, Joel Rosario realized, I'm screwed here. He tucked him in. He got position. He tried to run. This was after breaking a little slowly last time as well. And he had no run, but he lost all chance on the first turn. And he was a short price in there. I think a lot of people are going to look and say, well, he was Christophe Clement. Now he's Tom Bush. Tom Bush is a very, very good trainer.
Sure.
And I think this horse is a little bit interesting. And he might get a little bit lost in here. And I think if it was Christophe, he wouldn't get his loss.
Half the price.
And I think he's a dangerous horse. So while I don't think the Sandro the Great is the likeliest winner here, I think he is going to be potentially the best value. So I'll use the 5, the 8, the 11, and the 12. And I would back up with your 3, Shinjuku, because he has enough pedigree. And he had enough trouble, as you say, to suggest that perhaps he could be better. But he's going to have to really be better because he stunk the joint up last time.
I want him to be forward today. I think he can be. I might go talk to him. Not Ricardo.
He might get nervous if you get too close to him. That concludes the opening of 40 Talking Horses here at Saratoga. A tremendous opening day. And you know what? You should celebrate opening day. Head over.
they've been forecasting rain, it hasn't come to fruition. So,
True.
Man, oh man, you are tough to please.
Well, it just
I'm
stresses
looking
me out, though. Stresses because I'm trying to handicap. I'm like, okay, we're going to be on the turf, or we're not going to be on the turf. So,
right.
Yeah.
But life is good if that's your biggest stress, right?
That is very, very true.
We're okay, but I'm looking forward to the weekend. It's going to be a phenomenal couple of days, as it always is when it comes to putting on a couple days of the spotlight. So Robert touched on it. No Kevin Nichols today. Great news is just taking a couple of maintenance days. He'll be back on the weekend, so that's huge because it didn't look good the other day. I mean, not that any fall looks good, but that one in particular, I was like, wish him the best, obviously.
And I think I saw Sky in the entries on Saturday as well, so it sounds like she's going to be back too.
Yep, so all we're needing is a little Dice K in the mix, and the crew is back together. Speaking of that rider's room, we'll check in on that, plus the trainers. We need to talk some numbers in terms of the month of July. Love that picture. Every time I see it, gives me a chance to reminisce. And Jeff, well, there's a look at the numbers we want to talk about, and it's impressive for quite a few of them. Kazushi has really forged to the front. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, are him and Emma not tied right now?
They are. And you know
20
what?
apiece, right?
Yep, and that surprised me because, he's quietly, like you said, just gained some momentum. He got off to a bit of a slow start this season, too. So, he's tied with 20 apiece. And then you've got Husbands in third with 14 and Kevin Nichols with 13. So, and a couple of riders that got off to great starts. They're not on that board right now. They would be Keve and Emma Wilson. So, things kind of always seem to even out, and you're going to see the ebbs and flows of the game. But certainly Kazushi Kimura, he has been the hot man so far in the month of July. But judging by his ROI, his horses have been bet at $1.27, which is a good thing for a rider. You want to be aboard live horses, and that's been the case with Kazushi Kimura. Let's take a look at the trainers, Jason, and see who's having the biggest impact there. Josie Carroll, wow, she is just Mrs. Consistent. And same with Bob Tiller as well. You know that Mark's going to be there, but check out Josie's ROI so far in the month of July. Almost $3.
That's surprising. Because it's not like we're surprised at her success. So it's kind of weird that those horses aren't getting bet. But hey, keep an eye on these numbers. Ashley Burness as well in the mix, right? So that's worth noting. And she's looking forward to a big few days coming up as well. She's got a bunch of horses in play. And I'm looking forward to today because I know Thursdays and Fridays, you and I talk about this all the time. They can be tricky. We got 5 of the 9 races on some sort of grass course. And I think some of them are kind of tricky. I think we ease you into things in about 46 minutes from now. But what's your overall grade quickly before we get into the races in terms of today?
Well, there's obviously significant scratches in the pick 6 in terms of Hazelbrook now being scratched. A lot of people are going to key in on Drunk Dial. And Drunk Dial has a major excuse that we'll get to in a couple of seconds for that most recent race. But we are in the turf heat of the season because we actually have our first turf stake race of the season coming up on Sunday, Jay, that being the Connaught. And I think there are 9 horses entered in that race. So looking forward to that. But yeah, very turf heavy. And you have to really keep an eye on the differences with the turf courses too. I don't know about you, but I really find that some horses really thrive on the inside course or on the outside course. And some horses are just fine on either. It doesn't seem to matter. But that's one of the storylines we're going to focus in on coming up in race number 1.
Yeah, vastly different. Not just the drainage. We're talking about big sweeping turn on the EP Taylor. Very tight turns on that inner course. And hey, we're on the eve of stage 3. We are so thrilled. Oh, man. It's been a long time coming. I don't know about you, but I see this opener, I don't want to say clear, but I feel pretty confident in a Cassie horse. I think you are as well, but I think the difference is in this maiden special weight event, going 7.5 furlongs on that inside course, we agree, but we're kind of disagreeing.
I was torn, Jay. I didn't know which Cassie horse to go to, and I guess the difference for me would have been the trouble trip that Frankel of Ascot had last time out, so maybe that's why I'm giving that one the benefit of the doubt. But we've seen so many horses come up from the States and win right off the bat here, and that's going to be the case with Mademoiselle Nova, who's going to try and do exactly the same thing. Can't seem to stay at one track. Always seems to be going all over the place. Beautifully bred. How would you like to be Mark Hasse? You've got a Frankel and an Into Mischief in this race, which is pretty good. And when you think of Frankel, obviously you think of the late Galileo. So he's going to be represented here with Frankel Vasco. But let's take a look at the trip and how significant was this traffic trouble last time out? Was it enough for you to say, as a handicapper, okay, that's legit. This horse might have been the best in that race, or do you think we're just making a mountain out of a molehill. So here's a look at the number 5, this being Franco Vascott, and we'll take a look at how this race finishes up. Does the horse have enough room here? It's definitely tight. There's no question about that. It's very, very tight. But the horse isn't really exploding now. It could be the intimidation fact. Now things are really tight. But I like the way the horse finishes up once we finally get clear. And you know what? Maybe horses are like humans. Some of them can be a little bit claustrophobic as well, but it does finish up rather nicely in here. Winner of the race got a great ride from Jeffrey Alderson to pull off the victory, that being Gloriana at odds of 14-1. But not a bad race. The problem is, this horse always seems to have an excuse, whether it's at the start when ducking out or lacking racing room or whatever. So we'll try the horse on the inside course, but I'm not going to blame you for your selection, that being Mademoiselle Nova by any means.
Well, the Franco horse, I mean, it wasn't like she was awful. I mean, you know, new surface, new country, new medication. The trip wasn't the greatest. You're right, but for me, I wanted to see a little bit more. Gloriania was simply the best that day for Sylvain Pion and company, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want a short price on either one of these Cassie horses. So hey, live wagering. If you're going off at 3-1 and I'm, 6-5, I probably jump on your horse, but I'm going to go Mademoiselle Nova. I mean, you get Cassie, you get Hernandez, second best combination in terms of jockey trainer wins here at the meet. All right, let's move on and put a wrap on this all maiden daily double. This time we're on to PETA at 1.16 bottom level claimers. Somebody's going to get that first win, and I think this is tricky. This is what I talked about in terms of the handicapping being kind of tough. This is one I think you can at least consider 4 of them. What about you?
So one of the big mysteries in racing that I would love to solve at one point, and we'll never solve this question, is why do barns go so cold and then all of a sudden go so hot? Like, do horses talk to one another and give each other pep talks? Like, what exactly happens here? Like trainer Sinatard, he was cool to start off the year. Now, probably one of the hottest sprinters going right now at Woodbine, and he's got a perfect example of this being if 6 was 9. Now, the question you have to ask yourself when handicapping this particular horse is, was it the turf that turned the horse's fortunes around, or was it the stretch out in distance? I'm kind of leaning to the latter and hoping it was the stretch out in distance at a mile of 16th. And I thought, that was a pretty good race. Candy's Dream won it, was expected to run well on that day. I didn't think the field was that tough. I will give that one the slight nod coming up in race number 2. But obviously the surface change is a little bit of a question mark because the horse ran so well on turf last time out.
Yeah, fair enough. I wouldn't argue any point going into this second race. I'm so stumped. I'm going to try a horse that hasn't been around in over a year in Chaldea. McKnight, Hernandez. I'm hoping Rafi gets a double because I've got his horses picked on top for the first 2. All 3 siblings were route winners, so at least you can lean on that. I know this horse is already routed, so me telling you that, isn't huge information. McKnight barn, you talked about... outfits just warming up to the task. Well, they went 4 for 10 last week, and one of those wins was Rafi with Blind Trust. So I think this horse has a chance to get out there and be dominant from tip to tail. I don't see a lot of pace in this race, and chances are every time you say that, everybody goes. But I'm going to just take a shot on a fresh horse. Maybe a little too fresh, but yeah, this one I don't have a strong opinion on, Jeff.
Well, the good news for you, my friend, it's not part of the jackpot power pick 6, so that's good news for you. I know normally you play the pick 5, but you're not going to do that today. I don't believe. Are you playing the pick 5? It's coming up a little bit later on.
No,
you're playing.
I'm going to just try and pick 3, and I'll leave Robert, the pick 6 master, to this a little bit later on in the program. But yeah, usually we talk pick 5 being huge, pick 4 being huge. Well, today the biggest pool, I guarantee you, will be courtesy of the pick 6. Not often we get a mandatory payout on a regular Thursday. I love it. I think it's a great move by the wagering department because you know what? We already get enough, spotlight when it comes to the weekend card. So why not pump things up on a Thursday with Saratoga being back? Great call by the wagering department. I like it a lot, and I'm going to play with it.
Number 4. The portable rail is up on the melon turf at 12 feet and at 9 feet on the inner turf. In today's opener, scratch number 7, Grit and Glory. In the first, scratch number 7, Grit and Glory. There are no changes in the second. In today's third race, scratch 2, Wild Banker, 5, What Do You Think Now, and 8, Life Changer. Scratch 2, 5, and 8 out of the third. As mentioned, race 4 is off the turf. It will now be run on the main track at the distance of a mile and a furlong. And in the fourth race, scratch 1, Clatta's Run. 2, Comes Storming. Scratch 7, Ho Ho, Ho Ho. Scratch 8, Mopoka. 11, Alpha Babe. And 12, Ocean Air. In the fourth, off the turf, scratch 1, 2, 7, 8, 11, and 12. And we now have a jockey change on number 3, evidence-based. The rider is Javier Castellano. Castellano will ride the 3, evidence-based. Moving to race 5, scratch number 1, Mama's Gotta Run. Scratch the 1. And note that number 4, Martini Twist, runs with blinkers on. Blinkers on the 4. Race 6 has been switched to the Mellon turf. It'll be run at the same distance, mile and a 16th, but the 6th race now on the Mellon. Scratch number 3, Courageous Girl. Scratch the 3. And a couple of changes for number 1, Positive Skew. She'll run with cheek pieces again and with 2 bar shoes on. Cheek pieces again and 2 bar shoes on, number 1, Positive Skew. In the 7th race, scratch number 7, Mr. Tip. Scratch the 7. Note that number 6, Yearn for Victory, is a Ridgeling. Race 8, the Quick Call Stakes. Scratch 5, Fire Sword. 6, Fauci. And 7, Mr. Sippy. Scratch 5, 6, and 7 out of race 8. Race 9, the 103rd running of the Schuylerville. Scratch 3, Pipeline Girl. And 7, Happy Soul. Scratch 3 and 7 out of race 9. And in the 10th race today, scratch 10, Big George's Kingdom. 13, 42 Ace and 14 Reunion Tour. Scratch 10, 13, and 14. Note that number 3, Shinjuku, runs with an aluminum pad off. Aluminum pad off, number 3. And number 9, a colt named Susie, is 2 pounds over. Main track is fast. The turf courses are good. The opener on opening day here at Saratoga. It's coming up in 31 minutes at 1:05.
At Woodbine. Rum Racing came back, was okay. But Wide Awake is going to stretch things out. The horse is bred to go long, but again, horses for courses. It's one of my favorite angles to play, especially on the inside course. My play of the day kind of fits into that same thing. Look at Capable from August the 20th of 2020 to October the 29th of 2020. 3 of the 4 races on this course were fantastic. Now, the comeback race, it's not great, but it's against much tougher, and he lost to Bellanina. Bellanina is absolutely in the zone right now. So Jeffrey Alderson guides this one for Don Platursky. Let's go in that one's direction. I think the horse is 10-1 on the line. I think we get maybe 4 or 5-1 come post time. At least I'm hoping that's the case.
You should get some kind of price because, again, I mean, non-winners of 2 lifetime, right? Enough said right there. I'm going to lean on a couple of horses that are just coming off, something positive because once in a while you get into a race like this and horses get into a rut in terms of just trying to get that second win. And Wide Awake coming in off a score. Candy's Dream coming in off a score. I'm going to put those 2 as my top 2 picks. But yeah, I got Capable firmly planted on the ticket. I think this is a tricky one to kick off the pick 4. And it's a key race on the entire card because it's part of the pick 5. Mention the pick 4. And of course, that mandatory payout for the jackpot pick 6. All right. I know you liked her. In fact, I think you had her on top without her speed. I called an audible because I too was going to try and, beat Drunk Dial, but Pledge now won't have that target because I think Drunk Dial is going to get to the front and she's gone.
And you might be wondering, why did Drunk Dial run so poorly in that most recent race? Well, had a major excuse. If you were watching the show when this horse ran, we told you there was an incident in the paddock involving this horse, and I think lost all chances right then and there. And it was obviously in a difficult spot as well, and dueled on the front end and eventually gave it up to finish a bit of a lackluster 7th on that day. Because of that, I was trying to beat her just simply because of the fact I wasn't sure exactly, if she's come back as the same horse this season. I think that's another storyline that we have to focus in on. But I think you're right now with the scratches. It does change the complexion. I think Salty as Can Be is a bit of an intriguing horse too. But Salty as Can Be, you would think, is going to need a bit of a pace to chase as well. And Drunk Dial should get to the front and try to make every call a winning one here in this spot. If she's even close to where she was last season, I think she does deserve.
Down against the rail. That's Miss Moonpie taking over as the fillies and mares make their way into the casino turn. Miss Moonpie takes it away and leads by a length and a half. On the outside, My Good Girl in the Earned Silks. Floating out 3 wide. Stylish Ash is now on the move and vying for the second spot. Down against the rail. Hard held in waiting is Miss Imperfection and trailing the field, but only about 5 out of it is Princess Tapture. Opening quarter, 24-3 as they run down the backstretch. It is Miss Moonpie. Frank Reyes cuts out the fractions, leads by 3 parts of a length. My Good Girl lays in second. That's Stylish Ash taking over the second spot. My Good Girl dropping back on the rail in third. To the outside is Princess Tapture, and still waiting to push the button is Miss Imperfection. A half on the board of 48, and the fractions are honest. Miss Moonpie. Frank Reyes leads by 3 parts of a length. Stylish Ash lays in second. Against the rail, My Good Girl in the Orange Silks. Now on the move is Princess Tapture, and kicking out 3 wide, that is Miss Imperfection, picking off runners one by one as they round the far turn and set down for the stretch drive. And Miss Moonpie and Reyes pulled away by a length as they reach the top of the lane. It is Miss Moonpie. Reyes employing his runner for more, gives a few right-handed taps. In the center of the track coming on is Princess Tapture. Down against the rail, Stylish Ash. Farther out is Miss Imperfection, but Miss Moonpie has a lead deep inside the final 16th of a mile. Miss Moonpie is long gone. On the outside, Miss Imperfection is going to get up for second, but it's all Miss Moonpie.
He calls himself your friend. It's
I know. I'm off the bandwagon. But we'll talk about that one a little bit more in depth a little bit later on because you like that horse. Horse just had no speed last time out, which worries me a little bit. But Silent and Smart, I did go in this one's direction. I like the silent names on turf. And the mare, she didn't win on the grass, but she picked up a 2nd and 3rd place finish. She's got multiple turf-winning siblings. The mare's produced 3 turf winners to this point. I'm just trying to find something in this race to maybe hope that horses are going to be able to improve with the
she's going to get a perfect setup. Obviously, there's pace to chase going 5/8, and I think Super Pecan could be the one coming up in race number 7 at a nice little price. All right, well, we spoke of the finale. We spoke of Emma. Let's show you the field, and I'll let you know that we're traveling 7 furlongs on the E.P. Taylor maiden $10,000 claimer. So we always mention Emma in the finale. Well, we've had 17 finales. She has won 5 of them. That's a cool 29%. And Jeff, she probably hasn't even ridden in all of the finales. So her numbers are really, really strong when it comes to the final race on the card. And she's going to team up with Carlos Grant again. And one of those finale wins, Pinot in a purse, same connections.
Well, you and I, we didn't like school too much, and it might have taken us a little while to catch on to things, but we caught on pretty fast with this angle, and we're both in the same boat here in this spot.
Everybody has.
Yeah, with Daytaka here in this spot. I don't know if it was the distance last time that got the horse. I don't know. It was a good race. Horse ran fine in against Candy's Dream, and, you know, it's a bit of a slight drop down in class in here, but I've got a bit of a trip player here in this spot that I think potentially could do some damage, and this is Don't Wake the Bear. And Don't Wake the Bear back on June the 18th. Did not have the best of trips, I thought, in that race. Was in against Pinot in a purse. And we'll take a look at that replay for you right now. Watch the number 1. This is why this post could be so difficult for a first-time starter. Things are going to get tight. And the horse, you know, Stevie's asking. I think the horse is a little bit intimidated in here. And now we're going to back up a little bit in here. And I'm thinking, man, this horse isn't going to get anything at this point. Well, guess what? Lo and behold, is going to kind of re-rally in here. And once we get off the fence, I think the horse actually finishes up not too badly, as a matter of fact. You know, only loses this race by about 3.5 lengths. We spoke of Pinot in a purse. That horse has since come back to win. I like that. You know, there's a bit of a decent finish here in this spot. Bear's Kid, one of his best moments ever, came on turf. So he's hoping to pass along that type of, that type of motivation here to this individual. And Justin Stein's going to guide this horse. You know, there's enough there in a race that, let's face it, it's not all that tough. I'm trying to find somebody to maybe win the race or maybe round out the ticket. And Don't Wake the Bear might be able to growl the loudest in race number 8.
Yeah, I don't mind the horse. I actually, to be honest, didn't have her on the radar, but then with the scratch of Conzip, I added her to the mix. It was a debut, so I'm not going to judge her too harshly, but for me, I know she passed some horses, but she actually lost ground, so I don't know much it was a case of her moving up or the others backing up, right? So
but the winner was good on that day, though. Pinot in a purse has since come back to win. So, but it's valid. It's valid what you say, for sure.
Yeah. But you and I both got, oh, look at this. I think we all got the Emma memo. Jeez, look at that. It's almost, well, it is unanimous outside of the morning line. But what did you make of that Cassie horse, by the way? Did you tinker with putting that one on top?
Yeah, I did, for sure.
Debut? You did? Okay.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Because you know what, Jay? It's so different, the races at Gulfstream. Their turf course is pretty wide. It's not going to be as wide now because they're installing this on an all-weather surface. But you know, this is a totally different ball game in here. And going 7/8 of a mile, it seems to me like she doesn't have any speed. That's her big thing. So she's going to need a little bit of help up front. And let's face it, if these horses, for some reason, if they hook up, I hate using this term, but it's going to kind of be cheap speed in this race. You know, it's not going to be speed that substantially lasts up front. So if the 10 can get any type of pace up front, that's going to really help out her chances.
All right, fair enough. One last break up next. We'll talk tickets, and Robert Geller will unveil his Pick 6 combination.
Race. In race number 2, we have a scratch of number 2, Maynooth. Race 2, scratch the 2. Race number 3, start of the pick 5 sequence, number 9,
and right now we'll take a look
£1
at
over
the riders
and
for the first race here at Saratoga. We start with your 2020 Grade 1 Alabama winning jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. first race of the 2020 Saratoga Race Meet, Luis Cardenas. Here is up-and-coming apprentice rider at the spa, Omar Moreno. Your 2020 Grade 1 Run Happy Hopeful Stakes winner, Joel Rosario. Up next is your 2021 Grade 1 Belmont Stakes winner, Louis Saez. Here comes your 2020 H. Allen Jerkins Stakes winner, Ricardo Santana Jr. Your 2020 Grade 3 Lake George Stakes winner, David Cohn. And finally, your 2020 Grade 1 Whitney Stakes winner, Erod Ortiz Jr.
Fresh, but I also like the run of Lady Kratos, and we know there's a lot of speed, but I do think Lady Kratos withstands some pace pressure and is very live. In the last leg, I went with Naitaka. I don't know where to single, but I had a feeling that everyone would agree. But, you know, I did like that run that Jeff showed on the 3, Don't Wake the Bear. But, you know, you have to narrow the ticket. But I think there's definitely some value. You try and beat those favorites where you can, but you don't want to lose the ones that are definitely likely to win.
Fair enough. I like it. Only a $48 play, and we'll keep an eye on it, as we always keep an eye on you throughout our broadcast. So Robert Geller, that is his pick 6. He spoke of Classy Mistress. This is his best bet on the day. So Robert's really getting us covered in that 6th race. And we're going head-to-head. I don't have a best bet. I've got to wake up prospects. Maybe, how about you play an exacta? Maybe I put a 3-5 exacta. And then Jeff, you are reaching for the stars in that 7th race.
Yeah, Miss Bob, but listen, for that one to win, I'm going to need a trip. I'm going to need a lot of things to go my way, but I think at that type of a price, the horse is worth a bit of a gamble there to start off the late double.
Appreciate you letting me play along from home. Have a great Thursday, my man. And I know throughout the broadcast, you're going to have some Clockers report in terms of Ernie as well. So enjoy it, and we'll talk again soon.
Okay, Jason, let's throw to break now. More Woodbine Racing Live after this.
That was Sam the Bugler with the call to the post, and it's great to have him back here at Saratoga as well. The horses are getting ready to come onto the track for the first race. And in the first race, scratch number 7, Grit and Glory, scratch the 7. And there are quarter-inch bend shoes on numbers 1, 3, 5, and 9. Bends for 1, 3, 5, and 9. The first race offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and pick 5 wagering. The main track is fast. The turf courses are good. We're off the turf for race number 4. We have 10 minutes to post.
But once she got the finishing, she finished up rather nicely, I thought. Kimura rode on that day. First start with Lasix, first start of the year. You get the second start off the layoff angle in here today. So let's give this one the nod, albeit, though, the price is way, way too low. The number 6 is Mademoiselle Nova. So she's been a well-traveled individual, another nicely bred individual for sure. This one is by Into Mischief. So, you know, down the States, actually had some pretty good runs, as a matter of fact, to start off her career. It's interesting, they started out going 5/8, and then they said, okay, let's stretch it on distance, let's go to a mile. And her comeback race at Churchill, it was just okay. But now you get the equipment change as the blinkers do go on, and maybe that's going to turn around this horse's fortunes. It's possible. The rider's got a ton of momentum going right now at this point, that being Rafael Hernandez. Again, I don't think there's a whole lot separating both the 4 and the 6, and for live handicapping purposes, I've picked the 4, but I would bet the 6 right now at 7-2. And the number 2 is Dance with Destiny. Could be the pace in the race. If you're trying to figure out what that pace scenario is going to be like, you've got She's the North that could potentially show some speed, and Dance with Destiny as well. I think it's another pace factor. Saucy Cat, the 7 might show some speed, going from 5/8 out to a 7.5 furlong event. But Dance with Destiny, she tends to be at her best when she can get involved in a fight. To me, she really likes being involved in the mix of things late in races. Now, unfortunately for her, she just fatigued a little bit late in that last race, but it wasn't all that bad. That field, you know, originally I thought that field was tough, but the second place finisher and the third place finisher, they've both come back to be huge disappointments. So now I'm not so sure as to how tough that race was. But let's see if maybe Dance with Destiny is going to be a little bit better here, second time out at 6-1. The wind is a factor, as you can see there on the screen. They are calling for thunderstorms to arrive around 3 or 4 o'clock here today. So hopefully they can hold off just a little bit until all our races are done. Jason has put together a very inexpensive pick 3 ticket if you do want to play along. He's going to key on the 6th, that being Mademoiselle Nova, and the 2nd, the 4, 5, and the 8 for him. And then he's going to wrap it up in the 3rd race with the number 6, and that would be Betwixtine. It's the opener to start off the day from Woodbine, coming up in 11.
Post time is in 5 minutes, 5 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, another Saratoga tradition that we will continue today, and it involves all of you fans. As the horses come out of the starting gate for race number 1, I would appreciate your help in announcing, and they're off at Saratoga. Again, we hope to do that in unison as the horses break from the starting gate for race number 1. Three minutes. Post time in a minute. 1 minute to post. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. And once again, please join me as they come out of the gate for race one and they're off at Saratoga. Just a few moments away now. We're just about ready, ladies and gentlemen. Couple of more horses to go in. Number 4, Wagon Boss. And on the outside, number 9, Hammerin' Amber. We are set for the start of the 2021 Saratoga meet. Get ready, everybody. They're about to break. And they're off at Saratoga. Number 3, No Lime, had to steady shortly after the start. They're going into the clubhouse turn, and from that inside post position, it is Ravenio who has the lead. And then it is Wagon Boss who is racing in second. And on the outside, it's Charlie's Archangel. The leader, Ravenio, with Wagon Boss running in second. And then Charlie's Archangel next in third. Flowers for Lisa has settled into fourth position. Down on the inside is Ectobar, who had an outside post, but has made his way to the rail. And they're racing up the backstretch. It is Ravenio on top here. Ravenio is the leader, and the opening quarter mile not posted there. Ravenio in front here, and Wagon Boss is next in second. Charlie's Archangel is in third, and a break of 2.5 lengths to Flowers for Lisa and Ectobar, and then Hammerin' Amber, and he's followed by No Lime, and Playwright is the trailer in eighth. It is still long shot Ravenio, who has a narrow lead. Now challenged there by Wagon Boss. And it is Wagon Boss taking over. Joined on the outside by Charlie's Archangel. There's Charlie's Archangel making the move to the front. Wagon Boss is now in second as Ravenio drops back. The field will approach the top of the stretch, and it is Charlie's Archangel who has opened up on the field. Charlie's Archangel is in front here by 4 lengths. And on the outside is Ectobar, then Wagon Boss. Charlie's Archangel leads inside the 3/16 pole. It's Charlie's Archangel with a 3-length lead. Ectobar all out in second, and then Wagon Boss in third, followed by Flowers for Lisa in fourth. Charlie's Archangel is drifting out here in the stretch with a 16th to the finish. Charlie's Archangel and Ectobar, they're coming down for the finish, and Charlie's Archangel got to the wire first over Ectobar in the opener. Wagon Boss finished third.
Out of the program race.
Number 5, Charlie's Archangel was first. Number 8, Ectobar finished second. Number 4, Wagon Boss was third. Number 6, Flowers for Lisa finished fourth. Results unofficial. 5, 8, 4, and 6. And the time was 1 minute 55 seconds.
She's the North. For Slay Callahan, and joining is the favorite, Frankel at Ascot. Kinte Road, gate 5. Blinkers are on today for Mademoiselle Nova at 5-1 in the betting. And the last is going to be Saucy Cat. Outside gate, race 1. And the field is all in and locked up. And the fillies and mares began absolutely perfectly in complete line. Just in front on the outside now, Mademoiselle Nova within the centre, Kinte Road, and bursting through, Dance with Destiny towards the lead. She's the North, and Frankel at Ascot. Still 4 across the track, with a nice position behind them is Contien, and last is Saucy Cat. Dance with Destiny taken up for the lead by She's the North. A length away, Frankel at Ascot, and Contien nicely snugly positioned right behind, wants to go on. Kinte Road on the outside, Mademoiselle Nova just behind the main pack, and 2.5 away last is Saucy Cat. Up the backstretch and on the outside, She's the North ahead in front. On the rails, Dance with Destiny and pushing the pace, Frankel at Ascot and Kinte Road. Contien and Mademoiselle Nova have had the best runs in behind them. And last is Saucy Cat. Up front, there's not much between. On the inside, Dance with Destiny, She's the North, the centre. Frankel at Ascot 3 wide and Kinte Road 4 wide. Mademoiselle Nova pinching ground around Contien. And length and a half to Saucy Cat is last. They race down to the 5/16 and now they open up and Dance with Destiny in front. Frankel at Ascot second. Mademoiselle Nova finishing well. Dropping off is She's the North. Contien got well back as they started to sprint. Turning, and it's Dance with Destiny from Frankel at Ascot. And winding up is Mademoiselle Nova and the Mark Cassie pair trying to run down this leader at coming. Mademoiselle Nova's finishing the best. She's inhaled the top 2 very easily and is coming clear with the blinkers on. Mademoiselle Nova strutting her stuff inside the final 16th for what is a comfortable win. Mademoiselle Nova scores the opener by 3.5 to 4 lengths. Frankel at Ascot second. A exacta for the Mark Cassie barn. Dance with Destiny third, and then came Saucy Cat. 129.80. Race 1, unofficial order is 6-4-2-7, and it is 6 Mademoiselle Nova is the winner over 4 Frankel at Ascot, 2 Dance with Destiny, and 7 Saucy Cat. First quarter 24 flat, a half a mile 47 and 3 3/4, 111 and 1, 7/8 up in 123 and 2, and the time 129.80. here are the prices. You get really quite an incredible return. If you did like Mademoiselle Nova, she was well over the odds there. $13 for the win. And that exacta $30.30. Trifecta $41.70. The super $155.30 for 6427. And in the victory here, blinkers were added. Mademoiselle Nova in her first success. And it is a return to the winner's circle for Mark Cassey, who starts the day really well with a first and second place finishes. So the first run at Woodbine, a winning one for Mademoiselle Nova, a Bay Filly, 3 by Into Mischief from Madagascar. And it is Mike Mahal who bred the winner in Kentucky, owned by SBH Racing LLC in winning jockey form. As always, Rafael Hernandez takes the opener on Mademoiselle Nova. And the fillies and mares began absolutely perfectly in complete line. Just in front on the outside now, Mademoiselle Nova within the centre, Kinte Road, and bursting through, Dance with Destiny towards the lead. She's the North, and Frankel at Ascot. Still 4 across the track, with a nice position behind them is Contien, and last is Saucy Cat. Dance with Destiny taken up for the lead by She's the North. A length away, Frankel at Ascot, and Contien nicely snugly positioned right behind, wants to go on. Kinte Road on the outside, Mademoiselle Nova just behind the main pack, and 2.5 away last is Saucy Cat. Up the backstretch and on the outside, She's the North ahead in front. On the rails, Dance with Destiny and pushing the pace, Frankel at Ascot and Kinte Road. Contien and Mademoiselle Nova have had the best runs in behind them, and last is Saucy Cat. Up front, there's not much between. On the inside, Dance with Destiny, She's the North, the centre. Frankel and Ascot 3 wide, and Kinte Road 4 wide. Mademoiselle Nova pinching ground around Contien. And length and a half to Saucy Cat is last. They race down to the 5/16ths, and now they open up and Dance with Destiny in front. Frankel at Ascot second. Mademoiselle Nova finishing well. Dropping off is She's the North. Contien got well back as they started to sprint. Turning, and it's Dance with Destiny from Frankel at Ascot, and winding up is Mademoiselle Nova and the Mark Cassey pair trying to run down this leader at coming. Mademoiselle Nova's finishing the best. She's inhaled the top 2 very easily and is coming clear with the blinkers on. Mademoiselle Nova strutting her stuff inside the final 16th for what is a comfortable win. Mademoiselle Nova scores the opener by 3.5 to 4 lengths. Frankel at Ascot second. Exacta for the Mark Cassey barn. Dance with Destiny third, and then came Saucy Cat. 129.80. finish order, race 1. Race number 2, and here are the changes. 3 is out. Don't Smile Lila is a vet scratch. And in this race, number 2 is at 120. Pop the Champagne. Also, the 6 Tranquil Sky is a vet scratch. Did that out of order. But 2 Pop the Champagne, 120. Vet scratch numbers 3 and 6 as we start the guaranteed $50,000 pick 5. And that'll be in 15 minutes.
What a great price you got on Mademoiselle Nova, if you like that one. 5-1 on the board, a $13 winner, and a horse that probably should have been 2-1 or 5-2 come post time in that race. So great stuff if you had that one in race number 1. Unfortunately, I picked the runner up, but as I said during the pregame show and during our analysis of race number 1, I didn't think there was a whole lot separating those 2 Cassie horses. Now, there's no doubt the winner got a better trip than what the runner-up got, but I don't think it mattered. I just think the winner was so much the best. Race number 2, to start off the pick 5, will be at a mile and 16th. Pool will be guaranteed today at $50,000. Maiden 7,500 claimers. And there's a look at if 6 was 9. Now, the barn got off to a really slow start this meet, but as of late, over the last 4 or 5 racing days, they've really picked up some steam, and that's great to see. The Tucci stables, they've been with Sid forever. Now, I'm trying to figure out why the horse ran so much better last time. It was the distance, or was it the surface? I'm hoping it was the distance more than anything, because that was a good result in finishing in 3rd. Contreras will be aboard here for the 2nd consecutive time. I would say over bet at 7-5. Don't forget, when this horse ran that well last time, it was 9-1, and it was on turf, so there still are question marks here about the surface. Let's get to the number 10 in this race. Right now, a big number at odds of 8-1, and this is Let Her Roll. This is kind of a bit of a price play for me here in this spot. You know, Let Her Roll's got some races that date back to last season that would make her pretty competitive against these. I guess my big question mark with her, and it's kind of the same question mark that I have with if 6 was 9, is the surface. Is this horse just simply so much better on turf than on the synthetic? In terms of the comeback race, it was not great, but I thought the inside was the place to be on that day, and this horse had a bit of an outside journey. So I think there are some excuses, and now you do get the stretch out in distance here today. Number 4 is Ambitious Princess, who took a little bit of early support. You've got the right guy aboard today, that being Gary Boulanger. He had a great weekend last weekend. And in terms of this horse right now, the last start was on turf going 6.5, and it didn't result in all that great of a finish. The real positive, if you like this horse, is that one route race from October the 4th of 2020 when finishing the 3rd place position. The question is, where'd that race come from, and can she possibly repeat it? If she does toss her hat right into the mix of things. Maybe she needed that last race. It's quite possible, but more often than not, she's had a bit of a tough go of things, but that one race, it just sticks out when you're handicapping that race, and you know she's capable of running a pretty good one, and we'll see if that happens here today. One more to look at, and this is Jason's play in this spot right now at 3-1, so certainly it's taking support, and this is Chaldea. And we have not seen this horse in over a year, as a matter of fact. But in the previous races, has shown some speed, and I think we might get some real speed here on this spot today. Hernandez looking for both halves of the double. And the barn did have a good week last week as well, so that's good to see. You've got a lot of 5 furlong works to kind of build this horse's momentum and get back in the swing of things. There are pauses with this horse. Yeah, the layoff, it's not ideal. I grant you that. And this was a horse that was claimed for $40,000 and hasn't won as of yet. But it's all kind of relative when you're facing the type of competition she's going to face here today. And if you think she's cranked and ready to roll for this race, they might not catch her on the front end. It's the start of the pick 5. Again, the pool will be guaranteed today at $50,000. It's race 2 from Woodbine, and it's coming up in about 11.
Three, two, one. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience here to be fair and easy. Whatever you drive, any make or model, DePaula is at your service with 100 bays and master technicians. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
Welcome to the West. I'm Scott Varley at Saratoga's latest and greatest high-rise luxury condo. Starting in the mid-5s, every condo here has 2 bedrooms and 2 baths and upgrades, just like this. Check out these oversized private balconies. We also have a gym, a private lounge, and get this, a heated parking garage. To make a reservation for your private condo at the West, call or text me. I'm Scott Varley at 518-281-6808.
3, 2, 1. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience to be fair and easy. DePaula can service any truck up to 72,000 pounds, so if you can drive it, DePaula can service it. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
In the paddock, she has done everything perfectly, well schooled by Bill Mott and his team, the Hall of Famer, and she looks pretty fit despite not showing that many workouts on her form. I just think, though, this is a starting point for her. Now, second-time starters probably hold the key to this race. We'll start with number 7, Zamuda, who is one of 3 that come from Churchill Downs. She's going out for Kenny McPeak, and first time out, she kind of got shuffled back early. Then she made a move on the turn and actually rallied well down on the inside, therefore getting an education. She took dirt. She learned how to kind of navigate a race. I would not be surprised if we do see her a bit more forward this time around, because honestly, she's built like a filly that should have a bit of speed. Nice hind end on her, very strong looking in that department. And there's a bit of intensity, but yet professionalism to her here in the paddock. Great coat on her. I look for this filly to take a step forward here in her second start with Jose Ortiz climbing aboard. Number 9, Speedometer for Steve Asmussen. Boy, did she have a rough trip first time out. Checked going into the turn while trying to rally on the inside. Then was so green for Ricardo Santana in the stretch, lugging in, not wanting to switch leads. She's done everything right here in the paddock. Look for her to be firing from that outside post. Lafitte?
Trainer Orlando Noda. Orlando Noda, please contact the Clerk of Scales. The horses are on the track for the second race. It'll be run at 5.5 furlongs. Quarter-inch bend shoes on number 2, bends on the 2. There's Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double, Pick 3, and Pick 4 wagering. Post time is in 7 minutes.
And they're off. For the lead on the outside is Old Timers Day. Comes out, hangs a length on the field. Fox on the run, scoots right up the rail. In between runners, that is Golden Pens taking over the third spot. Co-worker, nice and neat, down against the rail. Had to tap on the brakes a little bit. On the far outside, we got Rush now on the move as they run down the backstretch. It is Fox on the run with the lead. Laying in second is Old Timers Day. 3 parts of a link back to Rush, just waiting on the cue. Another link back to Golden Pence, down against the rail, Co-worker. And trailing the field is Danzo. Opening quarter 22-3. And Fox on the run has the lead, but now giving it up to Old Timers Day. On the outside, Rush. They're almost 3 across the track. And Rush pokes a nose in front. Old Timers Day smack dab in the middle. Down against the rail is Fox on the run as they set down for the stretch drive. A half and 45 and 4. And closest to the rail is Fox on the run. Machado imploring his runner for more. Right in between runners is Old Timers Day. On the outside, that is Rush. There's still 3 across the track. And Fox on the run is the head in front. Rushed on the outside. These two are doing battle tooth and nail. Rushed on the outside for the back of the back. Golden Pence. On the outside, Rushed. Inside, Fox on the run. Photo finish. Placing judges have posted 7-1, 4 and 6. 7-1, 4 and 6, the unofficial order finish for today's third race. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112.11. And if you're a fan of the Belterra Park tip sheet, that's a top pick and the exacta. A top pick of 22-1 and the exacta. You can pick up a copy of the Belterra Park tip sheet at any program stand outside the Riverdowns Club race book and the lower level East End grandstand. Belterra Park tip sheet, the best way to start your day. There's a sweet exacta and a 22-1 shot payoff.
Waiting for Microbiome, Frosted Oats, and Speedometer. In the gate, and they're off. And Seduce breaks on top. Now moving up is Microbiome, and it is Microbiome to the front. Down on the inside is Pout, and the outside is Seduce, who is racing in third. Speedometer's next and fourth. Demuda is in fifth. On the inside and moving up a spot is Everyone Loves Linda. Then on the outside, it is Frosted Oats as the field goes around the far turn. At the back of the pack are Prima Della and Martini's Amica. The leader here is Microbiome as they come for the top of the stretch. On the outside, Speedometer has now moved into second. And in behind is Seduce. Down on the inside is Pout. The quarter went in 22 and 2. The field is coming down for the eighth pole after a half in 46 and 1. And Microbiome has opened up on the field. It's Microbiome by 4 lengths. Then Speedometer, and on the outside, Everyone Loves Linda. A no doubt about it winner. First time starter, Microbiome. Everyone Loves Linda was second. Then Speedometer. Zamuda was fourth. Number 4, Microbiome was first. Number 5, Everyone Loves Linda second. Number 9, Speedometer third. Number 7, Zamuda finished fourth. Results unofficial, 4:5.97. Time of the race, 1 minute 5 and 3/5 seconds.
Post time in 1 minute.
Court, and coming between them for the split for the lead is Chaldia, and up on the inside Ambitious Princess. If 6 was 9's gone to third as they settle into stride, and they are the top trio. And racing on their outside, Trickeration as the leader gets away in front, Chaldia by a length and a half to If 6 was 9, Ambitious Princess, Trickeration, and Queen in her court's the centre. On the inside, Elfin Forest, Pop the Champagne on the outside, and a deeper and making some headway is Let Her Roll 3 wide. With a lot of cushion up front, Chaldia at a measured tempo strides along in front by a length and a half If 6 was 9. On the inside, Ambitious Princess third. Rolling forward, Trickeration, then Queen in her court. Let Her Roll continues to make progress. Second last is Elfin Forest, who got back, and Pop the Champagne is last. Stacking them up in front, Chaldia for Rafael Hernandez by almost 2 lengths. If 6 was 9 in second, Trickeration, Ambitious Princess third and fourth from Queen in her court. Let Her Roll. There's been no shift of position. Elfin Forest second last, and Pop the Champagne is last, and they race along towards the 3/8 and Chaldia in front. Now the favourite called up. If 6 was 9's 3 parts away, a length away third, Ambitious Princess on the inside of Trickeration, 2.5 Queen in her court. The others being ridden along, headed by Elfin Forest, racing down to the final quarter. If 6 was 9, joins Chaldia very easily and has hit the front. So Chaldia, who had a soft lead, has found very little, and going to third, Trickeration. Running on is Pop the Champagne for Sunny Singh down the outside pretty well, as If 6 was 9 got out in front by a couple of lengths to Chaldia, Trickeration, and down the centre, Queen in her court and Pop the Champagne. If 6 was 9's long gone, out by 4 lengths, and has got this well and truly wrapped up. Pop the Champagne running to second. If 6 was 9 draws off to win by 5.5 lengths, Pop the Champagne second, Queen in her court third, and Chaldia was fourth. 147.71.
The 7 furlong point and shows the way a length and a half. David's Prospects in second, and there is no pace on here in the second of the day, and up the inside is just enough. Third place is held by Charlie the Greek. On the wide outside, You Are Awesome takes that third spot away, and now last of all is Muhlenberg. You leave the first turn behind and pass the 5.5, and Korzak continues to show the way, and that lead is a length, and it's a diminishing length now as they have 5 furlongs to go. In that second place position, David's Prospect is sensing the slower pace now in second, and You Are Awesome is wide and out of trouble. Charlie the Greek is right there in hand in that fourth place position, just enough to save ground throughout, and Muhlenberg's gotten a lot closer, only 4 lengths would cover tip to tail. They enter the far turn, and Korzak continues to lead, and David's Prospect continues to hound the speed, and there goes David's Prospect putting the move on Korzak. But are they sitting ducks? You Are Awesome is looming large on the far outside. Charlie the Greek is right there, and just enough is trying to find a seam around the turn with a quarter to go. You Are Awesome is taken on by Charlie the Greek, who has acres of space up the inside as they race for home. On the inside, Charlie the Greek has a nose in front. David's Prospect is fighting on resolutely, and You Are Awesome is wide and out of trouble inside the final eighth of a mile. And Charlie the Greek starts to pour it on with a ground-saving trip. You Are Awesome loomed and then flattened out with 70 yards to go. And at even money, Charlie the Greek's home on top. You Are Awesome second, David's Prospect third, and Muhlenberg finished fourth. Number 4, Charlie the Greek was first. Second, number 6, You Are Awesome. Third, number 5, David's Prospect. And fourth to number 1, Muhlenberg. It's official. Into the winner's circle is Charlie the Greek for winning owner and trainer Marcel Castillo. The winning jockey is Carol Cedeno. The winner was bred in Florida by Suzanne Shara Maxwell. Top of the race was 1:45.78 seconds. $2 exacta, $18. $2 double, $25.80. 50-cent trifecta, $53. 10-cent superfecta, $36.40. We saw a claim out of the second race today. Number 3, Just Enough, was a $6,250 claim for the new owner, Francisco Ramirez, trainer, Jose Ramirez. If you're just arriving to Delaware Park this afternoon, here's a review of the scratches and changes today. In the upcoming third race, due off at 2:17, the 9, Lewandowski, is 1 pound over, and scratch number 10, Purrs Well. Race 3, scratch the 10. There are no changes to report in race number 4. In the fifth race today, scratch the main track only, number 3, Made the Journey. The 3 is out. An overweight on number 10, Admiral's Boy, of 1 pound overweight. There are no changes to report in race number 6. In today's 7th event, there's an overweight on number 4, Charlie Potatoes, plus 2 pounds. And in the 8th race, here's a late scratch being announced for the first time for everyone. Scratch number 1A, Nikki's Kitten. The 1A part of the entry is out. Jockey change at number 3, Miss Sengali, is Giovanni Garcia. Giovanni Garcia now rides the 3. And scratch number 5, Desert Tone. Desert Tone, the 5, is scratched. Third race in the 50-cent pick 5 in 24 minutes.
Of our customers as family, so we want your experience to be fair and easy. DePaula can service.
Set now for the juvenile fillies, turf. 14 of them across the track. Deal set on their way. And the dance on the outside. Broke a little sideways, but broke KK. But meanwhile, it's going to be stopped. But running on now, and Somali Lemonade's got 8 to make up. They come to the top of the lane. Stop. Shopping Maria's got a lot left. Stop. Shopping Maria goes 3/16. Stephanie's Kitten coming out late. Here's Stephanie's Kitten coming fast. Stephanie's Kitten, stop jumping area. Stephanie's Kitten's worn it.
Away they go. Watched the chances, broke smartly, but so did Terra from the Cape. On the inside, Sky Lantern, the grey going well. If he can get through, Sky Lantern, the grey looking for somewhere to run. Wide open. It's Terra from the Cape hanging on. Terra from the Cape tries to go all the way. On the outside now, here comes Flotilla in the light blue. Flotilla is absolutely flying. Watch the chances in there too. But Flotilla has gone right on by. And Flotilla is coming home to score. Flotilla has won it just about 2 in the end. It'll be watch the chances. Summer of Fun coming on to finish third.
Hoping to get the pool size over $500,000. That is our hope, and we'll see if that materializes. Already $90,000 invested into the pool of brand new money. 5.5 furlongs, and here's a look at Betwixty. What a cool mare she has turned out to be. She doesn't dance a lot of dances. She's only a 13-time starter at this point in her career, and she's won 4 of them, and she pulled a rabbit out of the hat last time out. She had a very tough journey on that occasion. She was on the inside. She had to put on the brakes big time. And husband swung towards the outside, and she still aired on that day, geared down at the wire to win by a length. She can handle the synthetic just as well. There is a lot of pace in this race as well. That's a big-time plus, but she is way over bet right now at 1 to 5. Let's get to number 3 now. This being Fresh Dreams, currently at odds of 8 to 1. The next several horses that we're going to look at in here, they're just kind of off form right now, and Fresh Dreams, I think, can definitely fit that bill. You know, back in 2019, she wrapped up her year on such a good note. It was so promising for the connections, and then last year, just nothing went right for the horse. It was just nothing more than a fringe player in a bunch of races, and then last time out, they debuted her for 40 in that Betwixty race, and she does like the turf, but again, it was just sort of an even effort in that affair. So the fronts were on for the first time in that most recent race. They do remain on here today. I guess I'm just sort of banking on her getting back to where she once was, but who's to say that's going to happen? She right now is at 8 to 1. If she's ever going to wake up, I think it is going to be here and start number 2 off the bench. Number 1 is Vale, and Vale could be in a real catbird seat here in this spot right now at 11 to 1. Now, Vale was reacquired by these current connections for $20,000 and lost to a real tough horse last time out. That was one that, when posted for conditioner Norm McKnight, that just rolled to the easiest of wins. And this horse just kind of flattened out late. The drop is going to help, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a horse that's a little bit more effective here in this spot today. Again, just hoping for a bit of a pace battle to develop, but it should. And I think this one's main opposition is her stablemate, and that is going to be Twixtine. Here's a look at Sweet Yar and Dira, an unreal year last year for this horse. I mean, just everything went right for this one, has already proven to be a fantastic claim for $16,000 American and won a pile of dough last year. But I just wonder where she is right now. Her comeback race here at Woodbine was not very good. She never really looked as if she was going to have a big impact in there, and she didn't. So I think she's off her game right now. She has never won on the synthetic. She reminds me a little bit of Fresh Dreams, you know, had that peak year, and it's tough to get back to those peak years once you've really hit your stride, and that's kind of the case right now with Sweet Yar and Dira. So I'm going to take a bit of a wait-and-see approach with her. I'm picking the 6 on top. I would never bet her at odds of 2 to 5. Let's take a look at Robert's pick 6 ticket. He's going to go 2 deep in here. He's got a speedster and an outside horse that should at least give you a run for your money in real coal. And he's going to use Betwixting as well. He's going to go 3 deep in the 4th with the 2, 8, and the 11. Top selection for me in that race is going to be the number 3, that being Capable. In the 5th, he's going to use the 2 and 5. Then in the 6th, just the 3 and the 10. In the 7th, the 2 and the 7. And he's going to wrap it up in the 8th race with the number 8, who's going to be his top selection in that spot. And I certainly think that horse is going to be tough to beat in race number 8 to wrap up the sequence, and that is Nadeau. Good luck with how you see the pick 6. We'll see how big the pool does grow. Post time for the 3rd in 8 minutes.
Those are the types of horses that I do like stretching out. Given his size and his overall build, I think he will appreciate the stretch out in distance as well. And given what we saw from him in that debut, I think coming back second time out as well, he'll be even more assured of what his job is. A bit of a price is the number 4, Skyro. And I realized that he did win for maiden 50, a lower level than the maiden special weight. That said, I have been waiting for this horse to try the turf since his debut. He's by Verrazano. The dam never won on the turf, but she did run well on the grass before, and the sibling did win on the turf. In fact, only ever started on the turf. He has a big flat type of hoof, those type of feet that we typically like to skip over the turf. Also, since I saw him back towards the start of this year or in the winter down in Florida, he's filled out really nicely for Brian Lynch. I'm intrigued by him getting on the grass for the first time. The 7, So Suave, is an Irish bred who's making his first start here in the U.S. just did win on turf and the all-weather over in Europe. And watching his races in Europe, he is the type that tends to take himself pretty far out of the race. In fact, when he finished second 2 starts back, the favorite had actually broken through the inside rail and completed the running of the race while running on the infield turf, in fact. So I don't know how he really stacks up. He's a little bit of a smaller, unassuming type, but he is pretty sharp coming in here. He's certainly fit for his first start. We'll see what he does. But the 10 Treason, I think, overcame a lot of adversity in his debut. He looks like a tried and true miler just in his physical overall. He's really strong, really well muscled. And the way that he dueled to the wire, showing that tenacity in his first start for Belmont, I think that he has the opportunity to improve second time out. Lafitte?
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience to be fair and easy. DePaula can service any truck up to 72,000 pounds, so if you can drive it, DePaula can service it. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
Welcome to the West. I'm Scott Varley at Saratoga's latest and greatest high-rise luxury condo. Starting in the mid-5s, every condo here has 2 bedrooms and 2 baths and upgrades, just like this. Check out these oversized private balconies. We also have a gym, a private lounge, and get this, a heated parking garage. To make a reservation for your private condo at the West, call or text me. I'm Scott Varley at 518-281-6808.
3, 2, 1. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Welcome to Albany County, an incredible destination to live, work, and play, with easy connections to more than a dozen cities from our vibrant modern airport. It's a short trip downtown to a hive of culture and amusement, from world-class shows at the newly renovated Times Union Center to reliving the past at the New York State Museum. From outdoor recreation to shopping to nightlife, Albany County has something for everyone. We'll see you soon.
3, 2, 1.
And Cardoso still leads by a half a length. Down against the rail is Danzel as they set down for the stretch drive. It's Lieutenant Finn with the lead. Danzel down along the inside. Smack dab in the middle is Come Alone, and Come Alone is under a full head of steam. It's Lieutenant Finn with the lead. On the outside, Come Alone is coming right over the top. 16th pole rise. Lieutenant Finn has the lead. On the outside, Come Alone right to the winner's circle. Running second, Lieutenant Finn. Rounding the try is Flushing Flash. Placing judges have posted 5, 1, 4, and 8, 5, 1, 4, and 8. The unofficial order finish for today's fourth race. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute, point 31. Please hold on. Mutual tickets to the official sign has been posted. 5, 1, 4, and 8. Now coming back to the winner, circle number 5, Come Alone, and Tiro Colt by Cantheros, owned in trim by Esmael Bahina. Winning rider Rahelia Miranda made no more, and a finish time 1 minute, point 31.
Outside gate, Sheena Ryan and Real Cole to complete the line. Moves up. And goes in. They're all in. Locked. On their way, Real Cole hurried out in front from Betwixting. Coming through is Sweet Yarandira in the center for the early lead, but it's Real Cole narrowly from Sweet Yarandira. On their inside is Vale, and then a length away Fresh Dreams, and back behind them Nisha, Betwixting, and Ever So To Wild, and Sweet Yarandira allowed to roll in front by over a length to Real Cole, and tucked away on the inside is Vale, a length and a half to Fresh Dreams. Betwixting has a wide trip here, is going early, and is coming around the outside 4 wide to swoop up on these leaders. Sweet Yarandira joined by Real Cole, and at their girth Betwixting's just a length away as Real Cole's got a neck in front. On the inside is Vale, and behind them, Nisha hard ridden from Ever So To Wild and Fresh Dreams. Real Cole turns in front. From Sweet Yarandira, Betwixting is coming, but Real Cole tries to break free. Betwixting's a length away. Real Cole in front, joined by Betwixting. They've come away. Betwixting has swooped again and gone clear, and it's Betwixting who's in a purple patch of form, just keeps winning and winning, and now goes on to lengthen that margin by 5 lengths. Second home is Vale, third is Real Cole, and fourth was Nisha. 1-3-91.
Waiting for Point Me By and Alley Oop Johnny. They're all in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Alley Oop Johnny quickly to the front, has cleared the field and has a 2.5 length lead. And then it is Lemieux who's racing in second, and Smile Brian is down at the rail in third. St. Joe Louis in between horses, taking that turn wide was Treason. And then down on the inside is Skyro. And then we come back to Point Me By, who is followed by Gussie Mack. And trailing the field is Suave, So Suave, in ninth. They are heading up the backstretch. The quarter went in 24 seconds over the good turf. Alley Oop Johnny leads here by 2. Lemieux is next in second. Smile Brian is third, and alongside is Treason next in fourth. Then it's a length and a half to Skyro, who's down on the inside, and St. Joe Louis is right there. Then we come back to Point Me By. The half went in 48 seconds. They're approaching the far turn. Alley Oop Johnny has had the lead right from the start and takes the field into that turn. Alley Oop Johnny by 2. Lemieux is in second. Treason is on the outside. Then Smile Brian, followed by St. Joe Louis, Skyro, then Gussie Mack, and Point Me By. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. Alley Oop Johnny trying to go wire to wire here. Smile Brian has now moved into second. On the outside is Treason, then Skyro down towards the rail. So Suave is out in the middle of the course. It is Alley Oop Johnny. Here is Smile Brian. One last try on the outside. Alley Oop Johnny, Smile Brian. Photo finish. Looked like Alley Oop Johnny held on, but we'll wait for that photo with Smile Brian.
Lifetime. Barry Butzer, Marty Drexler are the owners. Marty Drexler, the trainer, and the in the clouds, bred in Kentucky by Sun.
And to the outside gate, Lewandowski. Ready. Away Yan running. Slow to go was Trip to Cairo. Estio Varonir was fast off the mark, but there goes the Big K with an uncontested lead. So the Big K leads, tracked by Grayside in second, and FOMO's up the fence in third. Fake ID comes away in fourth in front of Estio Varonil. Don Ciccio is in sixth position early on in front of Trip to Cairo. Lewandowski, and last of all is Golden Gallant. On to the far turn run, and the Big K blazes the trail with a 3 furlong point and shows the way by 4. FOMO emerges to be a clear-cut second. Estio Varonil tracks up the fence, and Fake ID is wide with Don Ciccio close.
Entering the winner's circle is number 3, Smile Brian, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Golden Sense out of Running Creek by Cape Town. Smile Brian is owned by Zilla Racing Stables, Aquanova Stable, and Playing the Field Racing, trained by Orlando Nota and the jockey, Louis Saez. Smile Brian was bred in Kentucky by Woods Edge Farm. The presentation for the third race, the Decrescente on Premise South Partners. Third race Exacta, $74.25. The double, $34.50. Trifecta, $498.50. Superfecta, $312, 4 and 6, $512.05. And the pick 3, 543, $106.75. Saratoga's fourth race is off the turf. It goes on the main track now at the distance of 1 mile and an eighth. Scratch numbers 1, 2, 7, 8, 11, and 12. Jockey change on the 3, evidence-based to Javier Castellano. Castellano is on the 3. We also have a jockey change to announce in today's 10th race. In the 10th race, number 9, a colt named Susie, make the rider Louis Cardenas. Cardenas is on the 9, and there is no overweight. Race 4 has Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagering. 24 minutes to post at 2:49. They're holding the gate. And they're off. From the outside, alley-oop Johnny quickly to the front, has cleared the field and has a 2.5 length lead.
Came back to roll earlier on today, albeit against cheaper competition. So she's good right now. She's in good form. She likes this course. And horse is in form right now. We just saw what can happen in our most recent race with Betwixting. Looks like the wind is really starting to pick up here at Woodbine as well. The number 4 is a Wide Awake. The question mark with Wide Awake is the distance. Do you think this horse will be able to be effective going around 2 turns? So let's talk about the pedigree. The horse is by the factor out of a mare who was a route horse. The mare herself has produced a route-winning foal, so that is a plus. Now, when the horse won last time out, the ride was interesting. The horse came from way out of it to win over Rookie Girl, and Rum Raisin finished in third. I don't know how strong that field was because Rookie Girl came out of that race to be a huge disappointment the other day, and Rum Raisin came back not to win out of that race as well. So monetarily wise, it's a drop, but I actually think it's a move up in class for the horse. I've got the horse on my pick 4 tickets, but by no means would I single this one. The number 7, a Samurai Fighter, was second against Sarah Renda last time out. Sarah Renda was able to survive a pretty good tussle around the far turn to win that race. And now you get the second start off the layoff angle here today for Conditioner Cast. And you can tell, with it being windy out there, these horses, they're feeling it right now. And so they're very much on their toes right now at this point. I mean, the wind is tough for handicapping purposes, but it's good for the horses because it is a bit of a muggy day out there. I think she'll run a little bit better than what she did in that most recent race. She is 6-1 currently as we speak. And I know that she's obviously not panned out to be the horse they were hoping they were going to have when they purchased the horse. But you know what? I think a maiden win that we saw back on March the 18th, that's not too far away. And I think the second career win is not too far away either. So I think the horse is getting closer. But I do prefer a few others here in this spot. I'm going to go 3, 1, 4, and 7 here coming up in the 4th. On the inside course, going 1 mile and a 16th. It is listed as firm, and we are in lane 3.
Three, 2, 1. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience here to be fair and easy. Whatever you drive, any make or model, DePaula is at your service with 100 bays and master technicians. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
Day at the track isn't complete without a night at the Horseshoe. Great food, hot music, and cold drinks. So why go downtown when all the action's just across from the track? The Horseshoe Inn at the corner of Nelson and Gridley.
3, 2, 1.
The changes show there Candy's Dream, horse number 1, David Moran, and 9, Muskoka Lady at 1:14 as we're 6 minutes away for the start of the guaranteed $50,000 pick 4 on the inner turf. Post parade headed by Candy's Dream, number 1 for Joey G. Thoroughbreds, trainer Andrew Smith and rider David Moran. 2 is Vinyasa, owned by Daniel Dixon and KH Racing, trainer Ronaldo Holder, jockey Luis Contreras. 3 Capable for Kater Platersky, Don Platersky, the trainer, and jockey Jeffrey Alderson. Number 4 is Wide Awake. Barry Butzer, Marty Drexler, the owners, Marty Drexler, the trainer, rider Patrick Husbands. 5 is Joy's Solution for Dharmendra Ramkaran and Manjit Singh, and Danny Yu is the trainer, and jockey is Juan Crawford. To number 6, Sweet Shades, Tony Gattalaro, the trainer and part owner, with John Paul Powers, rider Justin Stein. Number 7 is Samurai Fighter for Gary Barber, Mark Cassie, and Emma Jane Wilson. 8, Savvy Sister, Jamar Gibson and Damien Kellman, owners, Tedston Holder, trainer, jockey Steve Bayan. Number 9 is Muskoka Lady for Enza Armada, trainer William Armada, jockey is Michael David. Trayvon Gonzalez with number 10, Stormy Vision, William Armada, also the trainer there, and the rider is Ismael Mosquera. 11, She's a True Fox, trained by Angus Bunton for Carol Campbell with jockey Sheena Ryan. Post time is in a couple of minutes. Now the gate being put into place for the start on the inner turf. They're going a mile and 16. Windy conditions at Woodbine as they are coming to the start of this fourth race, getting very blustery indeed. The race favourite for this fourth race, which opens the early pick four, is at 3-1, Wide Awake. There's been a few reshuffles in the betting. Candy's Dream pushing for favouritism as well. And Samurai Fighter getting respect. They're moving up and Capable. They're the top four in the betting. And they're going in. To the inside gate, Candy's Dream. A recent last start winner, Candy's Dream, with David Moran taking the ride. And going to gate 2 is Vinyasa. Joining now is Capable for Jeffrey Alderson, gate 3. The team from the previous race with Wide Awake. They struck with Betwixting, and they have Wide Awake here, goes up. Joy Solution, gate 5. And Sweet Shades to gate number 6. We're almost halfway in as they load with Samurai Fighter. Savvy's Sister. Muskoka Lady. And there are 2 to load. Stormy Vision has drawn gate 10. Outside gate, She's a True Fox. Now they're all in. Locked. On their way. Muskoka Lady back to last, and back at the rear now, Joy Solution. Wide Awake just fairly out, and Sweet Shades going up with Savvy's Sister for the early lead. Savvy's Sister coming across. They're the top 2 by a length, and tracking is She's a True Fox, deep on the track with Samurai Fighter the centre. Candy's Dream on the inside. Between runners also there is Capable. About a length and a half away came Wide Awake, Muskoka Lady. And then a break to Stormy Vision, who's back third last. Second last on the inside is Vinyasa. And as they take the turn, Joy Solution last. Out in front, Savvy's Sister by a length and 3/4. Opening up now from Sweet Shades. And on the outside, She's a True Fox from Capable, Samurai Fighter, Muskoka Lady. Candy's Dream got back to a little worse than midfield. And then Wide Awake. Joy Solution from the back, 3 wide around the outside of both Vinyasa and Stormy Vision. Clearing off early is Savvy's Sister, racing to the half mile, and Savvy's Sister out in front for Steve Bain by 4 lengths. In second, Sweet Shades, 1 to She's a True Fox, Capable, Samurai Fighter. Candy's Dream coming up on the inside, 3 wide, Muskoka Lady. A length in behind them came Wide Awake, and then comes Stormy Vision, Vinyasa, and Joy Solution. Racing inside the 3/8, Savvy's Sister by 3 lengths. Closing ground, Sweet Shades. In third, Capable. Then She's a True Fox. Candy's Dreams making some ground. And over on the inside, running home is Stormy Vision, as is Wide Awake. Vinyasa trying to get involved. Savvy's Sister turns in front, tries to cut the corner extra well. They're coming. Candy's Dreams making ground. Down the outside is Capable. Savvy's Sister's a bit tired. And now coming for the lead is Capable on the outside. Trying to get home is also Stormy Vision and Wide Awake. Candy's Dream up the rail, and in the centre is also Sweet Shades. Stormy Vision coming after Capable, who's in front. Capable and Stormy Vision, and as they hit the wire, Capable narrowly, I believe, from Stormy Vision. Back in third placing, Sweet Shades, and then came Wide Awake, and back on the rail, Savvy's Sister, a photo for the win. 144.71.
On the outside, Malibu Moira. Isaiah Ayala is about 3 wide and goes right on by. Malibu Moira, Yayala goes to the right-handed stick and gives a few reminders. 3 lengths back. Down on the inside is Malibu Dancing, trying to come up the rail. Positive vibes from the back of the pack. That's Honey Bourbon. But they got to pass Malibu Moira, who just opened up and put air on this field. Malibu Moira, very impressive indeed in today's 5th race. Going to be tight for second. Looks like Honey Bourbon. Placing judges have posted 3, 5, 6, and 4. 3, 5, 6, and 4, the unofficial order finish for today's fifth race. Finish time 139.04. Please hold all mutual tickets to the official sign has been posted. 3.
Away and running to a nice start for the 9. In between rivals, Last Investment was quick off the line. There goes Tomorrow's Heaven, flashing speed along with Big Daddy Buzz and Gregoria's Bay. So as they settle down, Wicked Dude came away in 5th, and that was short-lived as Tapify passes that one. Super Emperor's deep on the track, but has a steady advance in front of another Lulu, and nothing from the rail from Imagine Hong Kong. So it's a good pace battle here between Last Investment in the center. Tomorrow's Heaven stays ground saving. Wicked Dude is sent 3 wide, and Super Emperor's 4 wide on top of the far turn run. Emerging into 5th position is Big Daddy Buzz. Another Lulu starts to pick up momentum. Tapify has nowhere to give. Passed by Gregoria's Bay, and Imagine Hong Kong is last of all. They get towards the quarter pole, and Last Investment's right here and right now with a neck advantage. But Super Emperor breathing down that rival's neck. Another Lulu is closing in, and Gregoria's Bay is banned very wide. They swing into the stretch, and Last Investment trying to hold everybody off with a stick. Super Emperor loomed at this leader, and so did another Lulu. They're inside the concluding stages, and Last Investment's digging down deep and giving plenty. Super Emperor running out of ground and running out of time. Last Investment is home first. 3 parts of a length of Super Emperor, another Lulu, and Gregoria's Bay.
Waiting for Kemba and Big Bad Diva. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 3, evidence-based, and she trails the field. It's Gem Key who has the early lead as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. Kember is on the outside, along with a Big Bad Diva, who's in third. And then we come back to Carrick, next in fourth, followed by Rosie Holiday and Evidence-Based. The field heads for the backstretch. And the leader is Gem Key, who ran the opening quarter mile in 24 and 3/5 seconds. Gem Key is on top with Kemba tracking in second and Big Bad Diva next in third. And then on the inside is Carrick, who's running in fourth. At the back of the pack, Rosie Holiday and Evidence-Based. They continue up the backstretch, and Gem Key continues to show the way here, 3/4 of a length. Kemba is next in second, and then it is the favorite Big Bad Diva who is in third position, followed by Carrick. And at the back of the pack are Rosie Holiday and Evidence-Based. It's Kemba, a half length off of front-running Gem Key after a half mile in 50 and 2. Gem Key holding on to the lead. Kemba is running in second. And then on the outside is a Big Bad Diva in third and moving up just a bit. Carrick is in fourth. Farther back, Rosie Holiday and Evidence-Based, and 3/4 posted in 1:15 and 4. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Gem Key, Kemba, Big Bad Diva asked for more on the outside. Carrick takes to the outside. Then Rosie Holiday and Evidence-Based as they come down for the 8th pole. And here is Big Bad Diva now to take over the lead. Kemba is towards the rail in second. Carrick on the outside runs in third. It's Big Bad Diva in front. Big Bad Diva won by 2.5 lengths, and it was close for second between Carrick and Kemba. Number 10, Big Bad Diva was first. Number 4, Carrick, second. Number 9, Kemba was third. Number 5, Rosie Holiday finished fourth. Results unofficial. 10:4.95. Time of the race, 1 minute 55 and 3/5 seconds. Number 10 is Big Bad Diva, a 3-year-old bay filly by Skipshot, out of Giants Diva by Giants Causeway. Big Bad Diva, owned by Off Limits of Ramsey Incorporated, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. The rider, Tyler Gaffleone, his second win today. Big Bad Diva was bred in Kentucky by Mikhail Yanikov. Race 4 is official. Fourth race exacta, $19. The double, $25.50. The Quinella pays $11.20. Trifecta, $50. The superfecta, 10, 4, 9, and 5, $31.25. The pick 3, 4, 3, and 10, $91.75. Pick 6 wagering is available on race 5. In the 5th race, scratch number 1, Mama's Gotta Run, scratch the 1. Number 4, Martini Twist, blinkers on, number 4. Today's 6th race has been moved to the Mellon Turf. 6th race will be run on the Mellon Turf, same distance. Scratch number 3, Courageous Girl. Scratch the 3. Number 1, Positive Skew, runs with cheek pieces again and with 2 bar shoes on. In the 7th race, scratch the 7, Mr. Tip. Scratch the 7. Note that number 6, Yearn for Victory, is a Ridgeling. The 8th race, the Quick Call Stakes. Scratch 5, Fire Sword, 6, Fauci, and 7, Mr. Sippy. Scratch 5, 6, and 7. The 9th race, the Schuylerville. Scratch 3, Pipeline Girl, and 7, Happy Soul. Scratch 3 and 7. And in today's 10th race, scratch 10, Big George's Kingdom, 13, 42 Ace, and 14, Reunion Tour. Scratch 10, 13, and 14. Number 3, Shinjuku. Runs with an aluminum pad off the 3. There's a jockey change on number 9, a colt named Susie. The rider is now Louis Cardenas. Cardenas on the 9. And race 5. Coming up next with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, and pick 6 wagering. Post time, 23 minutes at 3:21.
Set now for the juvenile fillies, turf. 14 of them across the track. Heroes sent on their way.
End of the dance on the outside, broke a little sideways, but broke KK. But meanwhile, it's going to be stopped. But running on now, and Somali Lemonade's got 8 to make up. They come to the top of the lane. Stop. Shopping Maria's got a lot left. Stop. Shopping Maria goes on. Sweet Cat is right there. Hard not to like. Royal Body is running on. Past the 8 ball, they come. Stop. Shopping Maria. Fuller run. Still under a hand ride as they come to the 16th. Stephanie's Kitten coming out late. Yes, Stephanie's Kitten coming fast. Stephanie's Kitten. Stop Shopping Maria. Stephanie's Kitten's watered. Watched the chances, broke smartly, but so did Terra from the Cape. On the inside, Sky Lantern, the grey going well. If he can get through. Sky Lantern, the grey, looking for somewhere to run. Wide open. It's Terra from the Cape hanging on. Terra from the Cape tries to go all the way. On the outside now, here comes Flotilla in the light blue. Flotilla is absolutely flying. Watch the chances in there too. But Flotilla has gone right on by. And Flotilla is coming home to score. Flotilla has won it just about 2 in the end. It'll be watch the chances. Summer of Fun coming on to finish third.
Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience here to be fair and easy. Whatever you drive, any make or model, DePaula is at your service with 100 bays and master technicians. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
Welcome to the West. I'm Scott Varley at Saratoga's latest and greatest high-rise luxury condo. Starting in the mid-5s, every condo here has 2 bedrooms and 2 baths and upgrades just like this. Check out these oversized private balconies. We also have a gym, a private lounge, and get this, a heated parking garage. To make a reservation for your private condo at the West, call or text me. I'm Scott Varley at 518-281-6808.
3, 2, 1. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience to be fair and easy. DePaula can service any truck up to 72,000 pounds, so if you can drive it, DePaula can service it. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
We'll see if that makes the difference. And number 7, who is currently at 6-1, which is still elegant. Last time out, maiden 16,000 at Monmouth Park on the turf, was 6, beating 11 lengths. He's had 3 starts on the turf, and he's made $3,000 twice this distance. Didn't do much. Let's see what happens here. He's at 6-1. The 8, Roy G. Bev, is getting blinkers on today. His last 3 starts have been nothing to write home. They were both rained off the turf last time. He was trying the turf for the first time. He's trying this distance for the first time. He's getting blinkers on. Maybe that he'll get some relief there. He is currently at 30-1. Number 9, Darn That Harry. Darn That Harry is out 9-1. Darn That Harry's had 1 start on the turf. That was his last start here for Maiden 16. He was 5th beaten 9.5 lengths. Maybe the second time over the turf course here is what the doctor ordered. That is Darn That Harry, who's currently at 9-1. And your 10 horse, who is now at 25-1, Admiral's Boy. Admiral's Boy, last time out, Maiden 16.
You never said you were pretending. I'm wishing you feel the same and just come back to me. I need you. And when you go, I know it never ends. When it's over.
Heading to the start, this is coming up at 6 furlongs. A betting check, and the favoured runner at a very short price is Drunk Dial, who is currently odds on at 2-5. 9-2 or better for every other runner as they are coming to the starting gate on a very blustery day. Imagery will be the first around. Candidates about to load imagery, gate 1. Races have been drawn for our Sunday program. There will be 12 races featuring the Connaught Cup. Moving in, imagery, gate 1. Gate 2, salty as can be. Mark Cassie sends out 2 shippers in this race who've come to Woodbine. Salty as can be, who last raced at Churchill Downs, and Pledge, who last raced at Turfway Park. Pulling back, salty as can be, was in the gate, but this time to be secured. Now Pledge comes forward for Emma Jane Wilson. Drunk Dial looking to atone as the hot favourite here again. And the last to join is Chargina. The stablemate to Imagery, stand by for a start. This field is all in and locked up. On their way, a good even start. One of the best away is Drunk Dial, showing up both Pledge and Salty as can be. A line of 3, they're all matching stride. Salty as can be runs to the front. Up the inside goes Imagery. A length and a half away last is Chargina. Salty as can be in front by a neck to Pledge. And the Mark Cassie runners prodding each other a little bit. On the outside, Drunk Dial being rated as 3 parts away. A length away second last Imagery, and 2 lengths away last Chargina. Salty as can be back in front by 3/4. In second placing is Pledge. Drunk Dial now hits the motor, is coming at them. A length and a half away Imagery, and last Chargina. Inside the 3/8, it's been a tactical race. Pledge on the outside of Salty as can be, and Drunk Dial, they've really had it between them. The Mike Trombetta pair at the back. Chargina starting to run now, and on the inside Imagery as they corner. It's a sprint for the wire, and Salty as can be turns in front on the inside of Pledge, hard at it. Coming at them, Drunk Dial. Drunk Dial from off the pace, but Salty as can be led. Imagery's getting home, and last Chargina. Salty as can be holding. Salty as can be inside the final 16th by about 2 lengths to Pledge, Drunk Dial, Imagery, and on the outside Chargina. Salty as can be in front. They're pushing into the wind, but Salty as can be wins by a length and a quarter. Imagery, Pledge third, then Chargina. Drunk Dial was last. 1:10.56.
They're at the post. And they're off. A level beginning for all. For the lead on the outside, that is Lemon Bits showing good speed. Down against the rail, he's the super one. Punching right in between runners is Osvaldo, and against the line as the runners make their way into the casino turn. He's the super one, shows the way by a length and a half. Against the line, lays in second. Osvaldo is third. Farther out, Big Exchange in a black cap rounds out the top 4. Hondo Gusto tucked in neatly along the inside. Lemon Blitz, and then we have a gap back to the 2 trailers, and that's going to be Tough Intensity scooting up the inside and got some mojo to the outside. Opening quarter 24 and 1 as they run down the backstretch is He's a Super One, leads by 3 parts of a length. Big Exchange lays in second, 3 lengths back. Against the line on the outside, Hondo Gusto threading a needle coming right up the rail. That's running outside as they make their way down the backstretch. But He's the Super One opened up now by a length and a half. Big Exchange lays in second. Against the line third. Osvaldo fourth. On the outside, Lemon Blitz is now coming there. Bed of a drive. Lemon Blitz was fifth, now fourth, third on the outside. And moving 3 more lengths back to Got Some Mojo. Down on the inside is Hondo Gusto. A half on the board of 48 and 4. And with the lead, He's the Super One by a half a length. On the outside, Lemon Bliss. Riding behind runners is Osvaldo as they set down for the stretch drive. He's the Super One with the lead. Ayala going to the right-hand stick. Gives a few reminders. Diving over to the rail is Osvaldo trying to come right up the inside. Outside, Lemon Blitz and Leon going around runners. He's the Super One with the lead. On the outside, Lemon Blitz. These 2 are going to do it out to the wire. Outside, Lemon Blitz. Inside, He's the Super One. Lemon Blitz in the shadow of the wire.
Tour. Now, she didn't break that well in her debut at Churchill Downs, where she was wired by Tiz Plenty. She's very laid back here once again. I don't foresee her, I don't foresee her being that quick away, because she was sharp away from there, but I feel as though there's some sharper horses in here. So I like what I'm seeing from her here in the paddock, especially with that workout coming in here. And I think she's classy enough where she can play the break and still be able to overcome it. Horses that are making their debuts include number 6, Solasta, working really well up here at the spa. Has been working with older horses for Jeremiah Engelhart. Her last breeze came with a Rod Ortiz Jr. aboard, and she looks fast. She has a massive hind end on her. She's really well muscled coming in here, and she's keen, but she's not doing too much. So I think she's one that could be quick away from the stalls. As number 5, Out Fox, sold for $336,000 after working 20 and 4. Not asked for very much, but when they work a quarter of a mile, it's hinting at the co-signers feeling as though they want to run a distance of ground. And I get that feeling with Out Fox. She's a little bit more on the narrow side. I think 5.5 might be a little too sharp for her, and she was fairly green in the paddock. She's one I will take the wait and see approach. As number 7, Echo Zulu, can never count out Steve Asmussen. This one.
Horses coming out for race number 5. It'll be run at 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Mama's Gotta Run. Number 4, Martini Twist, blinkers on. And quarter-inch bend shoes for number 10, Ben's on the 10. Just 4 minutes, 4 minutes to post.
For the first time, Estilo Elegante's in mid-flight along with Olympic Gold, and the back markers early on include Jack Loves Nova, Roy G. Biv, and last of all is Admiral's Boy. Around the first left turn they go, and it's the mare who shows the way, and shows the way by a measured length. Darn That Harry is a patiently ridden second, and Curry's Mountain protects the inside in third. Gandolfo, with no excuses, one off the fence for clear sailing in fourth, and behind them is his Naked and Cabo, who's also a patiently ridden fifth. Estilo Elegante in the 2-path, and Olympic Gold is fanned wide for the second turn run, and the back markers include Jack Loves Nova, Roy G. Biv, and still last of all is Admiral's Boy. They point towards the far turn run at the 3.5, and Demir's the leader and shows it 3/4 of a length. Darn That Harry gets a little bit closer to the speed. Curry's Mountain is 3 lengths down in third. Gandolfo starting to pick them off one by one as they get towards the far turn run, and Demir is ready for the oncoming slot of challengers, which includes Darn That Harry, and Gandolfo in the yellow cap looms a big threat on the far outside. Off the turn, Demir's led him a long way. Gandolfo is trying to press on past a stubborn leader on the front end at 14-1, and Demir is making short work of the opposition today. Gandolfo's getting closer, but Demir didn't stop and runs away to win. Gandolfo was second, Olympic Gold third, and Estilo Elegante finished fourth.
Congratulations to today's best turned out groom. Sponsored by Stone Street Stable and presented by the Backstretch Employee Service Team. The winner today is Jatu Taylor from the Brad Cox Barn, the groom for number 3. One minute to post, 1 minute. The horses are now nearing the starting gate. Waiting for Outfoxed and rolling and controlling. They're all in. And they're off. And Lady Scarlet breaks right on top for the lead. Martini Twist came away racing in second, but now moving up is Echo Zulo to take second. Martini Twist is in third. And alongside is a Lily Bear, who is running in fourth. A gap of two to Solasta, who is next in fifth. Texian's on the outside in sixth, followed by Outfoxed in seventh. Then it is Repealing as the field goes around the far turn. The quarter went in 22 seconds. It is Lady Scarlet and Echo Zulu, and they're heads apart for the lead. They've got 3.5 lengths on a Lily Bear, who's running in third. Then comes Solasta in fourth. Outfox has gained some ground on the outside at the fifth, followed by Texian. Martini Twist down towards the inside, followed by Repealing and Rollin' and Controllin'. And Echo Zulo now rolls up on the outside to take the lead from Lady Scarlet. It is Echo Zulo in front and drawing away here in the stretch. Echo Zulu putting in an impressive performance here. She won by almost 5 lengths. Lady Scarlet held second. Then Outfoxed and Lily Bear. And the time was 1 minute 4 3/5 seconds. Number 7, Echo Zulu was first. Number 3, Lady Scarlet second. Number 5, Outfox was third. And number 8, Lily Bear finished fourth. Results unofficial. 7-3, 5-8. Race 5 is official. Number 7 is Echo Zulu, a 2-year-old bay filly by Gunrunner, out of Let Go My Echo by Menifee. Echo Zulu is owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds and N Racing, trained by Steve Asmussen. The rider, Santana, Ricardo Santana Jr. Echo Zulu was bred in Kentucky by Betts, Burns, Majors, and Equine Ramsby. The exacta, $14.80. The double, $13.30. Trifecta, $54.87. The super, $78.80. Pick 3, $151.75. Pick 4, $283.75. And the pick 5, $979. In the winner's circle now, the presentation for race 5, the 14th annual Larry Sparagan race. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming 6th race has been switched to the Mellon Turf. Race 6 on the Mellon, scratch number 3, Courageous Girl. Number 1, Positive Skew, runs with cheek pieces again. And number 1, Positive Skew, runs with 2 bar shoes on. Race 6 offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, grand slam, and pick 5 wagering. Post time is in 22 minutes at 3:55.
10 minutes to post, win, place, and show, double, exact, or try, super, and pick 3. Good luck here.
The going stick came up as 11.0, and it is a firm reading. 5, Rule the Sea, carries 120. And number 8, Blue Sky Sunrise, jockey is Adama Santos. 6 minutes for the 6th race. Post Parade, race 6-1 is Kentucky Fan, Newman Catrian owner. Eddie Catrian is the trainer, the jockey Luis Contreras. Number 2, Silent and Smart for Andrew V. Fredericks and trainer Kevin Attard with jockey Justin Stein. 3 is Classy Mistress, JWS Farms owner, Darwin Banak is the trainer, and the rider is Emma Jane Wilson. 4, You Thrill Me for Linmac Farms, David Cody and Sky Shonetz. Rule the Sea is number 5 for Martin Wickens and Patrice Lecamption, trained by Shelley Fitzgerald with rider Gary Boulanger. 6, Baby Driver, Tedston Holder, owner-trainer, and the rider is Jason Hoyt. Shishka number 7, owned by Anthony Pottinger, and It Is True Racing Stable. Anthony Pottinger trains, rider Jodine Anderson. 8, Blue Sky Sunrise for Ryjack Farm and ATA Stables Incorporated, trainer John Ross with jockey Adamar Santos. Number 9, San Nicolas Star, Sarah Ritchie owner trainer, jockey Ismael Mosqueda. And 10 is In Pursuit for Clinton Morris, Bancroft D'Souza, and Sunny Singh. 3 minutes. Heading to the starting gate on the EP Taylor turf for the 6th race. Moving forward for a start is Kentucky Fan as they are being called in. This race at 7 furlongs, lane 3 on the EP Taylor turf. Silent and Smart, nicely turned out. Gate 2 is coming in. Classy Mistress to gate 3. Swirling winds today at Woodbine. First time for You Thrill Me to the track, and Sky Chanet's back in the saddle in action today, has gone in, followed along by Rule the Sea, who adds blinkers and goes up. Baby Driver is next for Jason Hoyt. And Shishka Blue Sky Sunrise. Gate number 8. Being hauled to the gate a little bit reluctantly. Blue Sky Sunrise. Jockey Adama Santos almost to the line. Now go in. San Nicolas Star adding blinkers, and the last will be In Pursuit. Got down in betting to about 9-2, is back out to 11-1. All in and locked up. On their way and coming out best, Blue Sky Sunrise. Grabbing the lead is Shishka. Dropping to last in the early stages, Rule the Sea. And coming out with the early lead, Shishka length 2 in second, Silent and Smart from Baby Driver. Taking off from the back, San Nicolas Star 3 and 4 wide. And tacking on is In Pursuit. Up the rails, Kentucky Fan. Between them, Blue Sky Sun back. A couple to Classy Mistress, Rule the Sea, and now dropping to the tail end of the field is You Thrill Me. And left alone early, Shishka by a couple of lengths, almost 3. And deep on the track, San Nicolas Star, Baby Driver the centre. Silent and Smart the rail, a length and a half, Kentucky Fan. Blue Sky Sunrise, In Pursuit the outside of them. Well behind them, Rule the Sea and Classy Mistress. And 10 lengths away last is You Thrill Me. They start the run down towards the final 3/8 and showing the way. Shishka, a length and a quarter. Baby Driver goes up stylishly for Jason Hoyt. Silent and Smart on the inside. Kentucky Fans coming alive. Rule the Seas finishing on. Hard-ridden Classy Mistress well back as they turn. And coming for the lead, Baby Driver on the outside. Shishka, Baby Driver, joined by Silent and Smart. And down the centre, Blue Sky Sunrise. And Kentucky Fans up the rail. Then Rule the Sea and Classy Mistress. And in front, Blue Sky Sunrise goes up with Shishka. Kentucky Fan gets a dream run up the inside, and Kentucky Fan's gone to the front. And talk about a shortcut to victory. Luis Contreras took that one and has really benefited as Kentucky Fan strolls to a massive win. Kentucky Fan by 5 lengths. Second, Silent and Smart, then Blue Sky Sunrise and Baby Driver. 123.34. Unofficial 1-2-8-6. The winner is 1 Kentucky Fan over 2 Silent and Smart, 8 Blue Sky Sunrise and 6 Baby Driver. Opening quarter 23 and 1, a half a mile 46 3/4, 110 2/5.
last year as a
123.30.
4-year-old. And she's getting revved up now, but she came in far more settled, far more focused than what I had seen from her in her races prior. She is very fit coming in here for Todd Pletcher, and she has some tactical speed, which we know does bode well on the inner turf course here. It's not a, certain
The new leader, I Wish I Was Special, was getting to that lead nice and easy now over Chief Exchanger in second, and Cowboy Miz has no excuses from off the pace today. Toga Challengers rated along in fourth position, keeping the pieces in hand with 3.5 furlongs to go. Fort Royal in front of 2, which is Keon and Appraised. They enter the far turn run, and Chief Exchanger protects the rail. I Wish I Was Special are also right there close in tow, and Cowboy Miz is looping up 3 wide, but keeping the peace, has a lovely run on the far outside. So now the plot thickens. Cowboy Miz takes the lead, but how much gas is left in the tank? Keeping the peace continues to eyeball the speed, and Toga Challenger is out very wide. Heads turn for home. Cowboy Miz trying to get another 3/16 of a mile. Keeping the peace wondering about, and now Toga Challenger grabs third. They're inside the final 16th of a mile, and Keeping the Peace now gets on track, and Keeping the Peace at 10-1 rolls away in the 6th of the day. Cowboy Miz was second, Toga Challenger third, and Fort Royal finished fourth. The unofficial placings, number 2, Keeping the Peace, was first. 8, Cowboy Miz second. 3, Toga Challenger third. 1, Fort Royal was fourth. Race 6, now official in the winner's circle, is Keeping the Peace. Owned by the Leaf Stable, trained by Robert Leaf Jr., the winning jockey Victor Rosales. Now 6-time winner for the 6-year-old Chocolate Gelding, as the winner was bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables. Off at 10-1, paying $22.60 to win. Time of the race, 1:11.28 seconds. $2 exacta, $45.20. The $2 double, $306. 50-cent trifecta, $88.65. The dime superfecta, $63.66. 50-cent pick 3, $464.25. Race 7 is our final daily double of the day. Number 4, Charlie Potatoes, is 2 pounds overweight. Post time at 4:14.
Waiting for Stephanie on Fleek and Jazzy Lady. They're all in line. And they're off. A good start for Kitten by the Sea and Alba's Star. 5 Alarm Robin sits just off them in third. And then it's Choose Happiness next in fourth. From the outside is 2 Cent Tootsie. Splitting horses there is Sky Kitten as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. Alba's Star is the leader. And Kitten by the Sea is racing in second with 5 Alarm Robin down on the inside in third. 2 Cent Tootsie on the outside at fourth. Choose Happiness is next in fifth. And Sky Kitten is sixth. 2.5 lengths to Stephanie on Fleek in seventh. Corey Scores is in eighth. Then it's Positive Skew in ninth. And at the back of the pack is Jazzy Lady. The opening quarter mile in 24 and 2/5 seconds. And now it's a battle up front. It is Alba's Star on the inside and the favorite Kitten by the Sea on the outside. The two of them are heads apart for the lead. Alba's Star with a head in front. Kitten by the Sea runs in second. And just in behind the front two is 5 Alarm Robin. 2 Cent Tootsie's on the outside. Choose Happiness is in between horses in fifth. Corey Scores runs in sixth. Then Sky Kitten in seventh. On the outside, Stephanie on Fleek, followed by Positive Skew. Jazzy Lady continues to trail the half in 48 and 4. There goes Kitten by the Sea. Now to take over the lead from Alba's Star as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Kitten by the Sea in front. Alba Star down towards the rail. 5 Alarm Robin looks to come on through. Choose Happiness is on the outside. Then Corey Scores. Jazzy Lady has made up some ground. But it is Kitten by the Sea with the lead as they come down for the 16th pole. 5 Alarm Robin a challenge on the inside. Kitten by the Sea. 5 Alarm Robin has the momentum at the end. And 5 Alarm Robin defeats the favorite Kitten by the Sea. Number 4, 5 Alarm Robin was first. Number 5, Kitten by the Sea, second. Number 8, Choose Happiness was third. Number 11, Jazzy Lady finished fourth. Results unofficial. 4-5, 8-11. Time of the race, 1 minute 44 and 1/5 seconds. Returning now is number 4, 5 Alarm Robin. 5-year-old bay mare by Fedbiz. Out of Wild Summer by Unbridled Song. 5 Alarm Robin is owned by the estate of Dominic Salzano Jr., trained by Gary Siaka, the jockey Eric Consell. 5 Alarm Robin was bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stables. In the winner's circle now, the presentation for the 6th race, the 2nd annual Train Kylie Godfather Special. Race 6 is official. Sixth race exacta, $48. The double, $84.75. The trifecta, $199.50. Superfecta, $203. And the pick 3, 10, 7, and 4, $255.50. In the 7th race, scratch number 7, Mr. Tip, scratch the 7. Note that number 6, Yearn for Victory, is a Ridgeling. There's exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, and pick 4 wagering. Post time in 24 minutes at 4:29.
Three, two, one. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience to be fair and easy. DePaula can service any truck up to 72,000 pounds, so if you can drive it, DePaula can service it. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
3, 2, 1. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
At DePaula, we think of our customers as family, so we want your experience here to be fair and easy. Whatever you drive, any make or model, DePaula is at your service with 100 bays and master technicians. So come join the family and think DePaula for all your automotive needs.
The lineup, they're all set now for the juvenile fillies turf. 14 of them across the track. Wheels sent on their way. And the dance on the outside broke a little sideways with Pro KK, but meanwhile it's going to be stopped. But running on now, and Somali Lemonade's got 8 to make up. They come to the top of the lane. Stop Shopping Maria's got a lot left. Stop Shopping Maria goes on. Sweet Cat is right there. Hard not to like. Royal Body is running on. Past the 8-ball way comes. Stop Shopping Maria for the run. Still under a hand ride as they come to the 16th. Stephanie's Kitten coming out late. Here's Stephanie's Kitten coming fast. Stephanie's Kitten, stop Shopping Maria. Stephanie's Kitten's won. Away they go. Watched the chances, broke smartly, but so did Terra from the Cape. On the inside, Sky Lantern, the grey going well. If he can get through. Sky Lantern, the grey, looking for somewhere to run. Wide open. It's Terra from the Cape hanging on. Terra from the Cape tries to go all the way. On the outside now, here comes Flotilla in the light blue. Flotilla is absolutely flying. Watch the chances in there too. But Flotilla has gone right on by. And Flotilla is coming home to score. Flotilla has won it just about 2 in the end. It'll be Watch the Chances, Summer of Fun coming on to finish third.
And Cajun Delight stepping up, Kevin Jimenez. And Lady Preach, Santiago Gonzalez. They're at the post. And they're off. For the lead on the outside is Lady Preach. Brinka runs right alongside, about 3 lengths back. That's Royal Athena down against the rail. Shadowed on the outside by Hidden Dreams, rounding out the top 4. 2.5 lengths back, that's Cajun Delight in the 5th spot. Come back to Ami 10 in the Dark Silks. Down on the inside, Brody's Girl, and trailing the field, that's Perfectness as they continue down the backstretch. And loose on lead as Lady Preach, Santiago Gonzalez leads now by 3 lengths. Brinka lays in second. To the outside, Royal Athena called on for her best try. Down against the rails, Cajun Delight. About 6 lengths back in Hidden Dream, starting to uncork a rally. Opening quarter, 22-2. And Lady Preach and Gonzalez still shows the way by 4 lengths as they set down for the stretch drive. It is Lady Preach, Santiago Gonzalez or Paulo Lopo, and they're drawing away for fun. It's Lady Preach, her race to lose, still leads by 4 lengths. Lane in second is Cajun Delight, a long way back to Royal Athena. But in the 8th and final, it belongs to Lady Preach, who's drawn away, kicks clear and draws away for fun. It's all Lady Preach. Very impressive in 8th and final. 2 in the car for Santiago Gonzalez. Running second, Cajun Delight. Rounding out the try is Ami 10. Placing judges have posted 8, 4, 6, and 2. 8, 4, 6, and 2, the unofficial order of finish for the 8th and final race. Finish time for the 6 furlongs, 111.09. Please hold all mutual tickets till the official sign has been posted. 8, 4, 6, 2.
Big Polo with the inside run, and also in the thick of it too is Big Snitch, and Marconi's is wide and out of trouble, and those are the first 4 under the line for the first time. Heroic Deed backs off the speed to be a joint 5th along with Charlie Potatoes and Magic Wizard. Pascal is near the backfield along with Flagco. Second last is Angel's Entry, and Bulldog Connection from the outside stall is last of all. Around the first turn they go, and Big Polo has the pace in his hands and shows the way by a length and a half. Tracking on the rail in second is Marconi as they lead the first turn behind. So it's Big Polo, the leader. Over Jacravius is the tracking second, and relegated to third is Marconi's. On the far outside, getting closer, is Heroic Deed in that 4th place position, and Big Snitch gets the trail in between rivals. Magic Wizard continues to advance sweetly in front of Charlie Potatoes Pascal. Up the inside, Angel's Entry. Second last is Flagco, and Bulldog Connection is the last of all. They get ready to swing again, and Big Polo continues continues to dictate the way, and Jaquavius is right there shadowing the speed. Magic Wizard has the run of the race and has all kinds of horse right now for Cedeno. Heroic Deed is off the fence in 4th position, and closing in is Pascal. Heads turn for home, and Big Polo's the one they gotta catch, and they're homeward bound. Big Polo leads by dwindling 3/4 of a length. Magic Wizard under whip encouragement second. Jaquavius flattened out for the stretch drive. It's still Big Polo with a 1-length lead. Magic Wizard is getting a little bit closer inside the 16th pole. Big Polo desperate for the wire. Magic Wizard could not press past the speed of Big Polo to beat Magic Wizard, Bulldog Connection, and Angel's Entry.
Looks to be a very live allowance race, going the mile in an eighth. And we do see Todd Pletcher and Shadwell Stable sending out a formidable duo. We'll talk about the one who has a little less experience in Arham as he adds a pair of blinkers today as he looks to get an extra half a furlong. I don't necessarily know if he's one that, at least physically, is screaming out for more ground, because he's actually a little bit more compact and shorter coupled, but he does have some tactical speed in his arsenal. And the blinkers going on today, it's a very short cup, as we like to call cheater blinkers. So it's as horses see peripherally more behind themselves than what we do as humans, it just blocks out a little bit of that sight line as we see them on Arham. But he is such a imposing individual, so athletic and well muscled. So we'll see. I don't know if those type of blinkers necessarily going to change his running style. Maybe they'll just engage him a bit more, because he is a horse, if you watch his replays, is constantly being niggled at a little bit by the rider. So just trying to keep his focus, I think, with that equipment change. Moving on to a trio of 3-year-olds taking on some older company. Number 2, Southern District, coming in here for Chad Brown. It was a slow pace last time, in which he sat right off the early leader's flank, but 3 wide. So he was on a 3-wide pursuit the entire way around Churchill Downs for the 2 turns. And he was asked as they went into the lane and pulled away, really hitting his best strides late. He looks so much like his sire, Union Rags. I mean, Daddy certainly stamped him, just that big, broad, kind of thicker bone type of horse. Boy, is he a good-looking type. The little layoff concerns me just a bit. He's not a horse I'm familiar with. Maybe he does carry a little bit of extra weight, but he is here in the paddock. His number 3 is Business Model for trainer Brendan Walsh. I liked his effort last time, despite it being only around 1 turn in his 3-year-old debut. He was the only horse to make up ground, and he was really hitting his best strides late. And I do feel as though, looking at him physically, because he's a very streamlined, kind of even-built individual, that the longer he gets to go, the better. And boy, is he really fit here for Brendan Walsh, second off the bench, as well as for Godolphin. So I think this horse is primed and ready for a big effort second off as well. And then number 6, Yearn for Victory. He's going to have to get a little bit faster, but he's a good-looking type for Rusty Arnold, who's come to hand quite quickly. He does have that early speed, and he's made a great impression here in the paddock. Maybe a long shot that you throw in underneath, Greg.
And the horses are on the track for the 7th race. It'll be running a mile into furlong. Scratch number 7, Mr. Tip. Number 6, Yearn for Victory, is a Ridgeling. Quarter-inch bend shoes on number 5. Ben's on the 5. Post time coming up in 3 minutes. One minute to post. 1 minute.